Here at Westcon Comstore, we help partners realize their business and financial potential. We're passionate about delivering their financial success and growth. This drives what we do day in, day out. Our value to partners centers on our deep-rooted vendor relationships. This means we can help partners capture business opportunities with established and emerging technology providers. Importantly, we are equally close to partners, global and local, with custom-made business support. Based on our exclusive Edge model, we're a seamless extension to partner operations. We share the same focus on delivering what the end customer needs. We take responsibility when the going gets tough, and we're in it for the long term. Should things get complex, we can deploy our extensive service capabilities. If a customer RFP stretches resources, we can help to flex and scale with access to our wide range of technical experts. We understand what it is to be truly end-to-end. We also pave the way for our partners' future growth. The technology marketplace is changing, and we can help partners meet their customers' digital transformation needs. Our know-how includes consumption and subscription-based models, as well as integrated supply chain. We aim to simplify the channel and to make doing business easy. So, partners present and future, at Westcon Comstore, we're right by your side.
We understand that partners need more than just solutions to succeed. They need to adapt to changes in the market. They must stay agile and on top of new trends, technologies and products. Only with the right support, insight and innovation can they expect to grow and thrive. Introducing Edge, our unique, tailored approach to every opportunity and our commitment to every partner. More than just a word, Edge is how we translate our difference into real value. Value our competitors can't match. Edge provides the framework to ensure partners engage and onboard with our vendor portfolio and core services. We develop their business with pre-sales consultancy and support, including certification, training and mentoring. We help them grow with financial and capital support alongside marketing and access to new vendors and technologies. Plus, we extend their reach by unlocking more profitable international opportunities and expanding into new markets. We work with each partner to understand their individual needs and tailor these materials and tools so they're a perfect fit wherever they are in the market or sales cycle. Find out how we can accelerate your business and get a competitive edge. Talk to the Westcon Comstore team today.
Values matter. Our values define what we do and how we do it. Here at Westcon Comstore, our values are part of our DNA, which is what makes us a world-class team. Our values should shape our future, because the values embraced by us determine how we relate to each other, our partners, and our customers. There are 5 values that will take us to the next level. First comes innovation. At Westcon Comstore, innovation means we encourage change and creativity to bring about the best outcomes. There's no blueprint for the way forward in our industry. We have to lead by innovating. We are problem solvers, and we don't shy away from a challenge. We are forward-thinking, agile, and we support new ideas in a progressive environment. Our second value is excellence. Excellence means that we exceed expectations and we strive to be the best that we can be. So what behaviours drive excellence? We are passionate and we inspire to be the industry benchmark. Performance-driven, focused, accountable and purposeful in our actions. We recognise talent and strong performance. Our third value is integrity. This is what we believe integrity means to all of us. We champion an environment of honesty, fairness, and high moral standards. And how do we keep that alive? By doing the right thing by our people, our customers, and our vendors. We treat all people with dignity and respect, and we honour our promises. Our fourth value is partnership. Let's explain what we mean by that. We build strong relationships with each other to achieve long-term success. How do we embody that in our day-to-day actions? We work together to better serve our partners and our customers. We are all one team. Our people work to inspire, motivate, and coach each other. Our final value is empowerment. We love Inactivate and provide opportunity for our people. This is how we make sure that empowerment is not just a buzzword. Our people are appreciated and we ensure they have the tools to succeed. We motivate, inspire, and train our people to be the best that they can be. Most of all, we trust you to make the right decisions. We have thousands of colleagues working around the globe, but all of us are connected through one set of shared values. And that is very powerful.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the Westcon Comstore's Imagine Middle East Virtual Conference. My name is Tushar Chawla, and I'm the Group Business Manager at Westcon Comstore. The Imagine Middle East event seeks to explore new opportunities to grow your business by understanding what the future holds for enterprises, vendors, and channel partners alike. Joining me today again to co-host the event along with me is Mark Fokker, who's the editor at CNME, which is one of the most well-known IT magazines in the region. Hi, Mark. Welcome to Imagine Middle East.
Thanks, Tushar. It is an absolute pleasure to be co-hosting Day 2 of Imagine Middle East with you once again.
Thanks, Mark. Also, joining me today again is world-renowned multi-award winning SAN artist Ksenia Simonova, who will be adding some fun and excitement to the event by using her sand art to reveal the names of our presenting vendors during the event. Hi, Ksenia. Welcome to the event.
Hi, Tushar. I'm super excited to be here at Day 2 of the Imagine Middle East event. As others would agree to, I could feel that the environment throughout yesterday's event was charged with boundless imagination and creativity. As I mentioned yesterday, art is a great catalyst to fuel up imagination, and I hope that in some way through my sand art today, as well as I will be fueling up everyone's ability to imagine the endless possibilities around us. So enjoy watching.
During yesterday's event, we heard our Group Managing Director for Westcon Comstro Middle East, Steve Lockie, and our CTO for Westcon Comstro International, Rakesh Prabhu, talk about partnering with Westcon Comstro for success. We also had some very insightful sessions done by our vendors as they shed light on how they are accelerating digital transformation through their innovative solutions and offerings. During the event yesterday, we also witnessed an electrifying performance by the We Unbeatable Group. The energy we all felt through their performance was completely surreal. In fact, we were completely blown away by the number of messages we received through the chat section. We also heard some very inspiring thoughts that were shared by our motivational speaker, Dan Millman, about the peaceful warrior's approach to living wisely and well. During today's event, we will continue exploring the solutions that our vendors are offering to help organizations in their effort to accelerate digital transformation. We will also be joined by our guest speaker, Ivan Ruggiero, who is a one-leg tap dancer, a motivational speaker, a Drama Desk nominated actor, and Ivan will be sharing his life experiences and will be talking about imagining a life of endless possibilities and positivity.
As we mentioned yesterday, the event is hosted on our events platform Venue and will allow you to participate in the event through virtual booths and live quiz competitions. You can win exciting prizes by collecting medals for visiting virtual booths and participating in live interactions during the event. Also, you can win exciting prizes by participating in the quiz competitions, which will be taking place after every presentation. There are a total of 25 prizes to be won, including Apple iPads, AirPods, Bose speakers, and much, much more. You can also send us your queries throughout the event through the medium of the chat section in our auditorium. We would like to sincerely thank you for the great feedback that you shared with us yesterday about day one of the event. We will also be conducting a short survey at the end of this event today, and please do provide us with your feedback so we know what we can do better to improve the overall experience for all our attendees at our future virtual conferences.
To kickstart today's event, we would like to welcome Steve Lockie, Group Managing Director at Westcon Comstro, to do the welcome note. Hi, Steve. Welcome to Day 2 of Imagine Middle East.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to day 2 of what has been already a fantastic event. We've had over 1,000 viewers online, which is just phenomenal. Really what we're trying to do here is bring people together, and we've already seen great signs of that. As we go through today, there'll be more opportunities for that and for networking and for using the side rooms. I just would like to welcome back. Thank you very much again for your attention, and here's to another successful day.
Thank you, Steve. Such wonderful words, as always, from the Group Managing Director at Westcon Comstro. The COVID-19 crisis has not only highlighted the critical role of information and communication technologies for the continued functioning of our societies, it has also brought to the fore startling digital inequalities and unpreparedness among many organizations. Organizations who were not digitally prepared were forced to make rapid changes in order to maintain business continuity.
Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgency of accelerating digital transformation. In this journey, it is important that organizations recognize that data is the key pillar for digital transformation, because every interaction in the digital world generates data. This data lets you create baselines and benchmarks for your transformation journey and provides a good indicator of progress. As a leading IT distributor, Westcon Comstro has striven hard to be a digital-first, data-driven organization. To talk more about the same, I would like to welcome Paul Cunningham, CMO at Westcon Comstro International. Hi, Paul. Welcome to Imagine Middle East.
Hi, I'm Paul Cunningham, Chief Marketing Officer of Westcon Comstro, and I'd like to spend the next 10 minutes or so talking about your digital distribution journey and how your strategy and your business model can evolve through working with Westcon and Comstore. One thing we can be certain of, and we've seen this reinforced for us recently by events, is that the IT channel is transforming. Technology consumption and procurement models are fundamentally changing in today's increasingly digital and software-driven world. And that does create new opportunities and new challenges for us. We've seen, in fact, during the pandemic, that the shift in application workloads to the cloud, the move by enterprises to flexible and hybrid workspaces, and the attendant increase in cybersecurity risk is creating absolutely new types of opportunities and new types of business models that we have to respond to. But don't take my word for it. We talk to our partners all the time about the state of their business, their plans, their visions for the future. And I think there are three things that partners have been telling us recently that I wanted to share with you. Perhaps give you the opportunity to share with us how you're seeing this working future, but really to try and distill where we think our channel partners are right now in this digital distribution journey. The first thing that partners are telling us is that they want to maximize the success of their customer and the value that that customer creates through the lifetime of a solution. And I'll talk more about that in a short moment. The second thing is that in a time of great change, our customers and our partners need to be completely confident in the technology and the business relationships, the vendor relationships that they're building their business model on. And finally, they want to make sure that they're addressing their investments and their resources at their best available opportunities. And those should be founded on real world data and insight, and not just their instincts, their history, or the hype that surrounds the marketplace. So how are we approaching these requirements as we're hearing them from our partners? The first thing I'd say, and you'll be hearing more about this in the course of today's event, is that we are working to create that value across the life cycle of the solution. And the way that I characterize this is to say that in the digital world, every day is delivery day. In the historic model of distribution and channel business, we would design, configure, sell, install, support a solution at a particular point in time. And very often, having done that, we would then kind of walk away from it for a while and return to that customer when time came for renewal of the service or the maintenance contract. When things are being delivered digitally in a cloud infrastructure, as I said, every day is delivery day. The way in which the customer integrates and adopts that technology, the way that we provide it, becomes a much more continuous conversation about the success of that solution. What we're doing at Westcon Comstore is investing in processes, technology, and people that help meet that customer's demand to maximize the value of the solution, whether it's in the initial discovery stage, through adoption, expansion, renewal, or upsell. This is very strongly supported by data and analytics. We're making sure that we can provide you with the right data, the right insight, at exactly the right time in the life cycle to make the most of those hard-won customer relationships. Now, we refer to this as solutions lifecycle management. And as I said, you'll hear more about this in the course of today's event and in your further conversations with Westcon Comstore. The second point of value creation is around trust. We believe that we offer experience and expertise that you can depend on. We have a trusted ecosystem of vendor partners built on our experience, built on market leadership, but built on innovation. And everything we do with that portfolio is designed to help you drive new revenue streams and build new business models. We can provide you with the technologies and the services that you need to succeed in the world's fastest growing and most critically important IT markets, particularly as demonstrated by the recent experience of the pandemic. Flexible working, cloud application workloads, cybersecurity. These are three of the fastest growing technology sectors in the world. Finally, we help to create that value with insight. As I said, we have the capability to turn big data into big business value. As a distribution business, we're in a unique position to take various data sources, not just our own operational data, but that of third parties, of our vendors, of the marketplace, and combine that data in a way that enables us to answer questions that gives you customer insights. So you can unlock the maximum value of your marketing investments and your sales activities. This will allow you to reach those high probability prospects, those customers that have the strongest propensity to buy in the window of time that you're operating in, cut through the market noise, and unlock much more valuable opportunities. And we deliver this as part of our marketing as a service in a form called intelligent demand. You ask us the questions, we help you target a particular customer segment very closely based on their experience with other technologies, with competing technologies in vertical markets, based on their previous purchase experiences, to combine all of that into insight that helps you make decisions, target business more closely, and win more deals. So we offer these three paths into the development of your digital potential. The first is solutions lifecycle, the ability to allow you to act in the right way at the right time in the life cycle of that customer solution to maximize value. We do that with the trusted ecosystem of vendors and solutions that we know directly address the key opportunities that we're seeing today. And we can help you target those solutions much more effectively to customers with a higher propensity to buy through the use of data in the form of intelligent demand. And I believe that all three of these can be combined into a very powerful set of solutions and thinking that will really help you develop that digital potential I talked about. The key point here is that that potential is your potential. We recognize that many of our partners arrive in the marketplace from different origins. You may be a very well-established value-added reseller. You may be a relatively new, born in the cloud partner. You may be already combining different elements of product and technology and service into full set solutions for your customers. Or you may have identified, as many of our partners have, that the way forward here is managed service provision, particularly around that flexible workspace and cybersecurity opportunity. Whatever your origin, we're going to work with you to work out what your potential is, looking at your experience, your skills, your customer base, to help you differentiate your business to create and sustain new revenue streams. Everything we do at Westcon Comstore is oriented towards successful partnership in this world of new digital opportunities and finding ways to maximize the value that we create together as partners in addressing those opportunities. Thanks very much for listening. It's been a great pleasure to meet you again here at Imagine. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event and best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that brilliant overview of how Westcon Comstore has positioned itself to be a digital-first and data-driven organisation. Before we invite our first vendor to present, we'd like to show a small video regarding Blue Sky. Westcon Comstore's exclusive Blue Sky platform paves the way for partners to deliver and sell cloud. Now, overcoming the potential complexities that partners face when starting out with cloud is a big challenge, but Blue Sky simplifies procurement and provisioning, billing and analytics, and also compliance and service delivery, which gives partners greater visibility and autonomy over their entire cloud supply chain.
Developed in close collaboration with world-class vendors, Blue Sky enables partners to grow cloud business and make the most of high-value, recurring software and services revenues. Here's a small video that talks more about Blue Sky and its capabilities.
The channel is transforming. Technology consumption and procurement models are fundamentally changing in today's increasingly software-driven world. Consumers expect the same level of convenience, flexibility and choice with the technology they use, whether they're in or outside the workplace.
Vendors are adapting to this world by offering different consumption and procurement models in order to support customer needs and stay at the forefront of the market. However, this can present a number of challenges throughout the supply chain. Transacting cloud and software can be a challenge. Vendors may not be able to support transactions with resellers directly or ensure solutions are resold only where the right certifications exist. Resellers may need to invest in costly integrated platforms to resell cloud and software solutions and receive the right discounts. Vendors and resellers need to offer flexible billing models but may not have the capability, especially when working in multiple currencies with the risk of exchange rate fluctuations. There can be administration challenges, especially for resellers maintaining product catalogs and breaking down billing and usage information to invoice their own customers accurately. They may also receive multiple invoices rather than one aggregated bill. Obtaining the right data and analytics needed to identify the opportunities that yield the maximum recurring revenue can be difficult as well. All these challenges ultimately impact the ability to adapt and respond quickly to customer needs, the scalability to meet business demands, and the speed to market for both vendors and resellers. Westcon Comstore is applying over 30 years of distribution experience delivering global logistics solutions to help partners adapt and succeed in this digital world. We have a way to easily manage these solutions, all from a single platform, Blue Sky.
As digital transformation continues to further accelerate across organizations globally, it is important that their network is made more reliable, more secure, and simpler to manage. Our first presenting vendor of today will show exactly how this can be achieved. Kezia, please name and reveal our next vendor.
Hello and welcome to Imagine Middle East. My name is Devold and I am a senior systems engineer from Extreme Networks. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to Westcon Comstore's Imagine Middle East event. And today it's my privilege to be showing you how we can make your network simpler to manage, more reliable and more secure. So for those who joined the other session, we talked about how important connectivity is. Not just in the challenges we face in our day-to-day businesses operations, but also in developing and securing a digitally transformed network that is agile and solution-focused while being simpler to build and sell. Now, today, or in this current session, we'll be building on our experience economy that we discussed. In the previous session, we introduced the universal experience and how having a network experience that is simpler, flexible, and secure can provide your customers with the best possible solutions. And today we will be looking at how Extreme is making your network simpler, more intuitive, and overall a consistent experience. Extreme Cloud IQ is your network's anywhere, anytime, any device management platform. And we are making management simpler and effortless by providing you with the ultimate flexibility. Do you want XIQ or Extreme Cloud IQ to be deployed in a public cloud with Google, AWS, or Azure data centers? No problem. We are completely cloud agnostic. Do you want to deploy this management plane on-prem, perhaps in your private data center? Again, not a problem for us. Extreme Cloud IQ Pilot is a single license that is used for any device, no matter the deployment or cloud you choose. We are also the only vendor to provide an unlimited data horizon, so you can compare last year's performance data to today. And with no nines design, we can provide 100% uptime with the highest security standards in the entire industry. And we also combine the power of cloud with the most secure network architecture in the world, with a global anywhere, anytime management plane and an end-to-end fabric architecture. Your customers' edge security and network-wide analytics has never been this easy. With auto-sensing ports on the switches, we can rapidly deploy switches in a plug-and-play environment without compromising security or changes to the core network configs. Extreme has taken Fabric Connect to hackathons where we were able to beat the world's best hackers. No one has yet been able to compromise Fabric Connect's architecture. And we also happen to have the world's largest fabric footprint, giving your customers the assurance that the architecture that they are depending on is trusted across the globe in some of the biggest deployments from warehousing, government, banking, and financial institutions. It's not a problem for us. And of course, the core component of all of this is keeping it simple with the universal experience. A single management license across any device, any deployment. A single support license across any device, any deployment. Our universal warranty that covers all of the universal hardware, and a single switch feature license that can be applied to any of our universal switches. It has never been simpler to build, buy, or sell a complete networking solution. And with that, I actually wanted to showcase a live environment and give you guys a demo of what Extreme Cloud IQ really looks and feels like. So let's switch over to that. Okay, just switching now. So here I have logged into Extreme Cloud IQ. And the first thing I get to see is all the devices in my network from a single pane of glass. Whether they are access points or switches, I can get to manage all of them really, really simply. And I can even see from host names, the different policies they've been applied for, their uptime, the amount of clients that are connected to these devices. Really simple to manage and troubleshoot directly from here by simply clicking on one of these APs, for example, this one specifically, and I can get real-time data on it. I can even go down, as I mentioned before, into all the different data retentions. So we can go and look at the month view, maybe look at 90 days. You know, what's the network look like from this access point's point of view in the last 90 days? And we can get some overall machine learning and AI-based scores that the system has given this access point saying, you know, things are going pretty good. But what is this 98 out of 100? Well, this is a machine learning score that was given to the access points, and we can see at the bottom here, the config and firmware score was 90. And why? Because the firmware is older. How great is that to have immediate actionable data tell you, hey, your access points or your switches might be firmware out of date. And as we go down, we can start from the access point specifically, start to see what are my client capabilities. If we start to plan out, Wi-Fi 6 networks, and in the future, Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 and all these great technologies that are coming to the industry, what if I want to see if my devices are ready? Well, from here, I can already see the channels that are supported on the devices that this access point has seen. We can also see, obviously, the bandwidth or the channelization bandwidth that's supported, the amount of spatial streams. And of course, here we go to the standards. I can see already that this access point has seen 24 devices in the last month that has got 11AX Wi-Fi 6 capability. Now that is valuable, and I can see immediately that half of my network is still on the old Wi-Fi and the other half on the new. So that gives me great insight. And we can go down and see additional information, the different types of devices connected, whether it's a Windows device, an Apple device, and obviously the top users and the top applications that this access point has seen. And that just drills down into the access point specific data, which is great to see. But what if I wanted to see just a global view? Well, there's two ways of getting there. I can click on Extreme Cloud IQ Pilot, or I can just go ahead and click on my manage and do the summary view. So let's go look at the network summary. I want to see everything. So obviously we've got filters we can apply here. Maybe I wanted to see specific devices or specific networks, but you know what? I don't want to see that. Hide that away. Show me, let's say for example, I want to see the last 7 days. Show me some data overall on my entire network. Well, from this network, we can see we've done about 26 gigs of data with 4 access points and 2 switches and 3,000 different unique devices connecting to the network. Now that is a large amount of devices, but this is a live environment. We've actually got a restaurant in this network that I'm going to show you a little bit more about. We can also see all the different application groups because all of our APs, remember, have got built-in analytics engines. So we can see all the different stuff that they've been doing. We can look at, for example, our top users, what kind of applications, Facebook video being pretty popular, WhatsApp media right on top, and obviously the top clients. And as we go down, we just get more and more data. And all of this data is click through. So if I wanted to look at, for example, a specific device, let's just grab a random device, whatever this device is, I might not know who this is. So let me go and see how they're connected to the network, right? It's an Apple device, good to know. They're connected to, this is the device connected to the AP, and this switch has got dual connection to the other switch. Good to know that, right? And as we scroll down further, we can see the SSID the device is connected to. Look, AX Wi-Fi 6 5 gig connection, brilliant. We can also then start to compare this device to other devices on the floor and obviously get to see a lot of really deep dive data. Now, for a lot of customers, this might not be what they want to see, but it does give them that click-through power that gives them unique visibility into every facet of the network that is easy to understand. But out of this view, I can just generate a report that can be emailed to me whenever I need it. Now, one of the core things that Extreme Cloud IQ has been built on is, of course, the machine learning and AI. So if I make my sidebar menu a little bit bigger, I can click on ML or Machine Learning Insights. And from there, I've got a couple of unique machine learning data graphs that I can go and look at. The Network 360 Planner, brilliant tool. It's got Wi-Fi heat maps and planning tool capabilities for us to plan out the networks, see what the RF performance looks like, etc., etc. But I want to look specifically at the Network 360 monitor because it has got some really, really cool stuff. At the top, we've got these little dashboards, these little scorecards, giving us a global view of the network's performance. But what if I wanted to fine-tune into a specific site, a specific branch perhaps? So let's go into this restaurant branch and let's go see what's happening here. Well, I can look at the map view and here's the access points deployed on this customer network. I can see this little 16, that's the amount of devices. And by clicking on it, that will actually show me all the devices connected to this access point right now in real time. And obviously, like I said, everything is click through. If I click on any of these devices, it will take me into that unique device view that we just looked at. So it's going to show me these scores, and you'll see in the top left-hand corner a little 1H, that's 1 hour. So in the last hour, how have things been going? But what if I wanted to see more? What is the device score over, let's say, for example, the last couple of days? So easily clicking on it, I can go into a week view. Let's say the last 2 days. What's the device's health been overall? Well, the device obviously being the access points on that network, well, things are looking really good. But what about the clients? What's the client's health been like? And let's go look at again at the last 48 hours. Well, client's health is doing pretty okay with an 88 out of 100 score. But why is that score not 100? Well, the machine learning algorithm has compared a lot of data from the different clients connecting, from how far away they were, what their signal noise ratios were, obviously the performance of when they connected, how long it took them to connect, and all these different data nodes. You know, to be honest, I don't need all that data. I just need you as a system, as an AI, tell me, is it going good or going bad? And here we can see, well, 88 score for Wi-Fi health, that's pretty good. And we can see here that there's been about 30% of the poor health, but the majority of clients, more than half, have done pretty good. And we can see that again with a lot of other options as we go down our list. There's so much more to see and to dive deeply into. But again, these are all just the basics that you get with Extreme Cloud IQ. And if I just go back and I wanted to see a little bit extra, show me that essentials packages. Because remember, we spoke about location services and guest and air defense and all these great tools that was promised to be part of the pilot license. Well, here they are. We've got them integrated into the system. No need for on-premises controllers. These are completely headless by design, software-defined networking architecture. So if I click on Extreme Location, what it's going to show me is the last 24-hour dashboard. What's been happening on the network? You know, how many users have joined the network and how long did they hang around for? If we look at, for example, the loyalty customers, is it the first time I've seen you on my network, or have I seen you before on the network? And because the radios have got BLE, we don't necessarily need them to connect to the wireless network. You know, we could see them if they were just Bluetooth devices. And we can also see how long they spend time on the network. Really cool data. And if we clicked on more insights, that would just take us into a deeper view. But I wanted to rather show you that kind of functionality from the guest network side. Like I've said before, and if you've ever met me, you'll always hear me talking about location and guest going hand in hand. Because by combining these two packages, which you get included in the pilot license, obviously for your customer's value proposition, we can extract so much value and so much data because we could separately report on this, right? So if we go look at how many clients have been connected versus onboarded over the last 24 hours, we can then go down some interesting, again, similar information, you know, visitors today versus yesterday. So what's your trends in the network? You know, the user walk-ins, new versus return, that loyalty trend. I want to track that. So if I'm running a business, if I've got a restaurant, a mall, a hospitality like hotels or retail environments, how many clients are coming here? And I want to be able to see where do they go? That's location. How many clients are coming? That's guest services, because we can dive into obviously the different types of devices. So let's click on that more insights. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So by clicking on Extreme Guest, it will open up that insights virtually for us. And from here, we can see obviously our deployments, again, across the globe. This is a single pane of glass platform to manage all your networks from anywhere, anytime. So I can jump into from here to America, from here, America to Ireland, from Ireland all the way down into South Africa. So let's go have a look here. We'll see there's a couple of information, some new users and so forth. But I created a special dashboard that I wanted to look at, that I think is valuable because this is, after all, a real world actual customer. So let's go have a look at what's been happening in their restaurant in this view. And let's look at, for example, not the last hour, let's look at the last week. What's the trends been like? So we can look at the dwell time. How long are people connected to your network? And we can see that on average, people are connected relatively long on your network. That's good to know. On the location side, that will give us a lot more integrated detail. But here we can see onboarded versus connected. Now, the difference being onboarded is when they use social media to do that API login. And the beauty of Extreme Guest is that you don't need to have API knowledge and all that stuff. It is a single dashboard that you can drag and drop functions into. Very simple to configure captive web portal, right? You don't even need to have any HTML knowledge. Let me just put that out there, because I know that for some of you that have worked on similar advanced guest systems, you'd have to use HTML coding, not with Extreme Guest. It is literally drag and drop widgets, functions and templates you can just deploy within minutes. So we can see from their network, not a lot of MacBook people, but a lot of people on iPhones and Android mobile devices. So if I wanted to create a marketing campaign that targeted iPhones, I would know that it's valuable for me to target them, right? If I need to develop perhaps some applications for my customers and I wanted to create it for what's the most popular web browser, I can see immediately Chrome and Safari. So I would know what to target instead of wasting hours and millions of dollars trying to develop applications for Edge or for Firefox. Not a problem, because I already know what is my target audience. And all of these insights, we can create reports that can be emailed daily, weekly, monthly, so that you can have this ultimate experience, this ultimate information to drive forward the business, to drive forward operations, to open up additional revenue streams. Because remember, customers are looking at it from an entire experience point of view. And when we are able to provide all this extra value at the same cost, your customers are going to be winning, you're going to be winning, we are all going to be winning. And as a last one, I'll just have a quick look at AirDefense, just to showcase that extra value we get from it. So in the last 24 hours, what's been happening across my entire network? Well, there's been some alarms, some alerts, some major, not a lot of critical, and I can see some of the frequent alarms. Wireless intrusion prevention and detection, wireless security, top of mind, right? Top of mind. Let's go look at the more insights and see what we can gain from that. What's the extra bit of information? I can look at a live view, all the expired alarms, and that expired data I can look at, again, 90-day data retention from anywhere, and I can start fine-tuning how long ago I want to see data from. But let's look at the live environment. I can see, cool, a lot of invalid management frames. They're inactive at the moment. There's a couple of active alerts. But let's look at, for example, this invalid management frame, because I can see quite a few of them. What's going on here? If I click on it, it's going to open up a little side panel to tell me exactly what happened. Which wireless client device saw that there's invalid management frames? Which access point saw that there's an invalid management frame? They talk together, they're always communicating. And we can see here, it started up a couple of hours ago and it ended briefly thereafter, about half an hour afterwards. But you know what? We're not all wireless experts. We don't all know what this all means. So how do we glean value from this? Well, we've got this button called Expert Help. And just by clicking on it, it will give us an entire description of what is an invalid management frame. So I can plan if there is really something I need to do immediately. Is it a constant threat? Or do I need to go and tweak my wireless network? And this is the kind of value that we are able to provide from a single management license that can be applied to any device in the network. And that gives us a ton of extra value, a ton of extra functionality. And I'm very, very happy to announce that part of Extreme Cloud IQ Pilot, we are launching Copilot, the AI and machine learning algorithm that is explainable. So let me jump into a quick view of what that looks like back into the presentation. Okay, so we just looked at what Extreme Cloud IQ looks like in the real world, to have a look at all the different facets, how we can gain and glean management insights from machine learning and AI. But you know what? There's a little bit more to this story. Like I just said, we're launching Copilot right now in this month, and it's going to be available to any customer that's got pilot licenses already. No, the way that we like to think of it is like this, where normally every commercial airliner, if you're going to be on an airplane, they're going to have both a pilot and a co-pilot. And the co-pilot's job is to constantly analyze the data from all the different systems and assess what is important information that might impact the safety of the flight. and that obviously they can communicate to the pilot what is the important data. And in that same way, having this trusted advisor, we see that in the exact same way in the network, where network administrators need to have a co-pilot to tell the administrator, the pilot, what's happening on the network, what is important to look at. And one thing that we do with Extreme Copilot is that we're able to significantly reduce the risk. Why? Because we are proactively detecting specific anomalies all over the network that might be generating alerts, might be generating what they call network noise. And by reducing the risk, by knowing what's out there, Copilot's able to advise you and say, here are some of the things I've collected that you might want to look at, which I think is a brilliant thing. And obviously from that also saves a lot of time and a lot of effort, because the anomalies detected by an AI system to have early explainable recommendations to you, to say, you know what, this wireless network or these clients are not performing the way they should be. It could be because of a Wi-Fi performance problem because they're very far away, or it could be something else. By having the AI explain it to you, you can proactively engage with what the issues are on the network. That means that, where typically in other AI systems, which act as what they would call black box systems, you only have reactive, the problem's already occurred. Here with Extreme Copilot, you can be proactive and start addressing problems before they occur by having behavior analysis from our AI system. And obviously, because of this proactive detection of all these different anomalies, we are able to then specify the noise ratios. We're able to dim down all this extra network noise, all these alerts, all these emails, etc. And thus reducing the risk for issues becoming super big or whatever the problem might be, because the AI system is keeping track of everything and advising you with an explainable report. Here's what we need to look at. And like I already said, a lot of other AI systems base their algorithms on thresholds or SLA violation, which means that the problem is probably most likely already occurred and the user's already having a bad experience. And as we know, in the experience economy, having a great Wi-Fi experience is more important than anything else. I know that from the users that I've helped in the past, that's what they've always come back. I want to have a good Wi-Fi. And obviously you want to be able to provide that to your customers into their networks so that their users, their customers, even in your own network, you have a great Wi-Fi experience. Copilot has been based on technology designed from the ground up to explain the recommendations. You get to see how recommendations are generated, and Copilot provides bi-directional communication with you so that you can be confident that you're getting the best and most accurate recommendations for the network. Because like I said, instead of the devices learning what's the problem, you can engage with our AI and say, this problem, yes, this is the correct problem, or this problem might be related to something else. And because it happens across the globe, the AI engine is being fed real-world accurate data. And that will give you the trust factor in this AI to make sure that it's relevant information and that's not just black box random data. So most solutions, like I've said, will give you this generic AI that spits out generic results without really explaining how it got there, or explaining why it's the right result, or showing you that the data that you can confirm it's accurate. And depending on this type of ML or AI solution, that means you're racing to figure out what the problem is. Copilot is based on technology designed to actually showcase all this data for you. Like I just said, it is explainable AI, and it's constantly and meticulously being calibrated against a vast array of randomly injected negative cases to make sure that it's accurate data. And we actually specifically avoid deep learning on purpose because it produces that black box AI that's unexplainable. And we favor models that are more focused to offer auditability, visibility, transparency in how we got there. And that obviously enables us and you to build trust with customers and users in the network. So Copilot consists of a carefully designed set of algorithms, which will explain why and how recommendations are generated. And that's why our approach is so unique, because it gives you the right tools in the network right now to get that expert solution immediately. And of course, because we've got that 90-day live data and the unlimited data horizon, that will obviously mean that there's a lot better accuracy across the network in general. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where I come with the end, where I believe we can truly all win together. We look at the universal licenses, the universal hardware, the entire experience in general. You know that Extreme Cloud IQ was rated in 2020 the product of the year by the Channel Company, and that Extreme has been in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for 3 years in a row. And I'm sure that when this year's Gartner Magic Quadrant is released, we're going to be there for a 4th year, I am convinced. And what's very important is that we've been a Customer's Choice winner again this year. That's 4 years in a row, Customer's Choice for our solutions, our products, and our capabilities. So I just wanted to, again, thank you so much for joining, and I hope that you found this content useful and engaging. So please do participate in the quiz happening after this, and I wish you all the very best of luck. Stay safe and stay healthy. Goodbye.
Thank you, Devold. Before we move to our next presentation, we would like to talk a bit about Orbit. Today's complex world economy demands that global service providers, system integrators, and value-added resellers provide truly ubiquitous global deployment and managed services. Customers expect comprehensive solutions and services that deliver real value beyond the traditional supply chain model of moving boxes. Our combination of global footprint, supply chain capabilities, and global services and solutions deliver that, extending reach with the solutions and services our partners need today and tomorrow. Here's a small video to share more details about Westcon Comstore's Orbit.
Today's economy is changing faster than ever. As solution providers, you need to navigate a world engulfed in complexity and nuance. We are global trade experts. We understand the challenges. That's why we built Orbit. It's our reach beyond IT. Orbit empowers our customers to deliver truly global solutions and managed services with speed and at scale. When you need to deploy complex solutions around the globe, our supply chain services, project execution, and asset management enable seamless deployment, minimizing your risk and maximizing your margin. When you need to deliver better business outcomes, our global solutions across pre-sales, procurement, managed services, billing, and renewals enhance your innovation. When you need a better customer experience, we take the time to understand your requirements. We offer seamless automation and digital intelligence driven by a single global platform. When you need to launch your business into orbit, we have the right services, solutions, and people to get you there. Discover more about our reach beyond IT at westconcomstor.com/orbit.
A key pillar for a sustained digital transformation journey for your customer is to make sure that their organization's network has the right protection in the right place. Our next presenting vendor is here with us today to talk about complete zero trust network security. Keznia, please reveal the name of our next vendor.
When imagination ran away with me, it took me by the hand and led me away on an adventure adults wouldn't understand. It showed me glorious green forests and silvery snow-capped mountains, ancient ruins and relics, and exploding fantastical fountains. It took me to a magical world where dragons roam, cauldrons foam, and children saved the world alone. It showed me what the world could be if no one put restraints on me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maher Khattab, and I'm the Channel SE team lead with Palo Alto Networks. It's a pleasure to join you in Westcon's Comstore's Imagine event. Today, I'll be covering some of the new innovations from Palo Alto Networks and how they help you in your Zero Trust networking security journey. We'll start off with defining what is Zero Trust. So Zero Trust is a strategy that you can implement within your IT department throughout the organization, led by the IT department. And the objective of the Zero Trust is to eliminate any implied trust on your network. And we do this by verifying all users, devices, as well as applications across all locations. If we take a bit of history about networking, people started off working in offices in a campus or in an office space, and companies resolved to implementing a security stack to protect the traffic of these employees and staff. Anyone who's trying to access the internet or any of the SaaS applications, their traffic will be inspected by the security stack before it reaches the destination. But there was an implied trust for these employees to access the enterprise applications that are hosted within the data center on campus. And this is a poor security practice. For employees and staff members who were on the go, who were not sitting in the office, there was an implied untrust. So we did not trust anyone coming from outside the network. And that's why we asked them to establish a VPN in order for them to be able to connect to your enterprise applications on premises. And this had its own challenges. It's clunky. Some of the application security controls are missing. And if these on-the-go employees wanted to access the internet or SaaS, people applied proxy and CASB solutions. And these have their own challenges, and everything, as you can see, was in different silos. Then came Zero Trust networking applications and products. And these were aimed for these staff members who are on the go, and they provided security for enterprise applications, but they missed out on the internet and SaaS. This is not what Palo Alto Networks sees as a proper practice to apply security for Zero Trust. To deliver on Zero Trust, we need a very comprehensive approach. We need to be able to secure all our users and their devices in all locations, irrespective of where they are, whether they're in the office, they're at home, if they're traveling, using coffee shops, or wherever they are. And we need to provide them with complete access to internet, SaaS applications, as well as your enterprise applications. And we need to provide them this access in a secure fashion and securing them as users and their applications and their data. In order to adopt this Zero Trust networking security in this comprehensive approach, we will need 3 core capabilities. We need to be able to provide context-based access. We need to make this access safe. And we need to have this as consistent as possible, secure, available, and globally available. And we're going to dig into the details of every core capability and what we're doing in that space. So the first capability, we said provide context-based access. So how do we provide context-based access? We need to verify the users. We need to understand who is the user who's trying to access the network. Is it a contractor? Is it an employee? Is it a partner? What kind of device are they using? Are they using the corporate laptop or their own home PC? Or maybe they're using their own bring your device. Maybe they're using their mobile devices. What kind of applications are they trying to access? Are they trying to access the enterprise application? Are they trying to access internet or SaaS? When we know all of this information, we will have all the context about how to treat that traffic in a secure fashion. After allowing certain traffic to go in, based on the user and the application, we need to make sure that that access is safe. So it has to be free of exploits, malwares. There's no phishing. If they're trying to access some malicious websites, is there any DOS data loss that's going to take place? Any exfiltration of data? We need to be able to make sure that this access is safe for all users all the time, irrespective where they're accessing from. The third core capability is we need to make sure that all of this access is available irrespective where the location they're connecting from. For example, if I'm using my corporate laptop, whether I'm using it from the office or from home, it's the same person, it's the same device. I should have the same security policy and the same access to my different applications. And that's why this access has to be available to all applications as well as to all users, irrespective of where they're connecting from. So Palo Alto Networks came up with some new innovations, and they're aligned to these three core capabilities. These are cloud identity, and this is for simplification of identity control. And we'll see the challenges as networks are evolving and how we aim to resolve these with cloud identity. SaaS security. The number of applications or SaaS applications is exploding. We need to be able to keep up with this, provide security of data in motion, as well as a trust. We'll talk more details about this as we go through this presentation. Internet security. So the malicious guys out there, they are smart. They're changing their attacks. Attacks are becoming much more complex, much more sophisticated. So we're going to talk about internet security and how the inline machine learning is going to help prevent unknown and emerging attacks. Last is our machine learning powered next generation firewall platforms. And we're going to be introducing a few new platforms that we'll go over. Let's start off with cloud identity. A few years back, everyone stored the employee's identity in Microsoft Active Directory or LDAP on premises. And that's how we used to authenticate users and let them on the network. But as more and more companies are adopting cloud technology, they're spreading this identity across different identity providers like Okta, Azure AD, Ping ID, Google Identity, to name a few. So now in this case, we have our identities or the identities of our staff members spread all over. And we'll need to have a configuration on the equipment that requires this identity connected to every identity provider. Now, of course, every identity provider has a bit of a different behavior. So what about normalizing that behavior? This is going to be a challenge from a deployment perspective. That's where cloud identity comes in. Before going into the details of cloud identity, we wanted to verify what I just explained. we wanted to verify how many companies are actually using cloud-based identity providers. We ran a survey with ESG, and the results were in line with our expectations. So 87% of the organizations surveyed, they said that they're going to be adopting a hybrid identity control. They'll have on-premise identity providers as well as cloud identity providers. And when they were talking about the cloud, it's not going to be based on only one cloud or one cloud identity provider. It's going to be spread around multiple clouds. And this is only adding to the complexity. So Cloud Identity Engine is Palo Alto Networks solution for this challenge. So the Cloud Identity Engine is a cloud-native single sign-on solution that integrates with your on-premises identity provider like Microsoft Active Directory. It will work and integrate with your cloud-native identity providers, like I mentioned, Azure AD, Okta, Google Identity, as well as Ping ID. And you will need to connect your on-premises or any networking devices that require require identity of users only once to this Cloud Identity Engine. The Cloud Identity Engine will be able to normalize the behavior between the different identity providers and is going to sync these IDs in real time. One of the challenges when connecting to different identity providers is the synchronization of these identities with the equipment. And this is going to help you with zero trust networking security. If you remember, we need to be able to verify and authenticate every user when they're getting on the network. And we need to do that in a very fast fashion. The implementation of such an engine will take a maximum of 10 minutes, and it will be able to provide you with the multi-factor authentication required. So the Cloud Identity Engine, in summary, will give you identity-based access. It is real-time identity sync with the different providers, and it will help you in transitioning to cloud identity in a very easy fashion. Next is SaaS. The number of SaaS applications out there is exploding. Every other day, there is a new SaaS application in the market. Now, these SaaS applications, some of them will be adopted by the organizations, some of them are not adopted by other organizations. And that's why we need to be able to differentiate between sanctioned and unsanctioned SaaS applications. And we need to have granular control on what we can access and who can access. Existing solutions are a bit complex and costly. You do have challenges from a scalability perspective as the number of SaaS applications increases in number, and they do provide relatively poor security. With Palo Alto Networks approach, we will be utilizing inline SaaS as well as API SaaS security. So what we do currently is we protect from known and unknown threats, and we provide you with a web security. With the new enhancements from a SaaS perspective, we will be able to recognize more than 15,000 different SaaS applications in June. You'll have granular control in order to protect yourself from shadow IT and regulate shadow IT. We'll be able to give you granular information about every SaaS application that you can use in order to meet your compliance requirements. And of course, we'll be able to protect your data in transit as well as at rest with our data loss prevention engine. And what's important from all of this is the ease of management. So you'll be able to control your inline SaaS as well as API-based SaaS through a single user interface. And you can control your security policies from here, and it will be reflected on the participating networking products, including the next generation firewalls, the VM series, as well as Prisma Access. SaaS, sorry, as I mentioned, will be able to recognize 15,000 SaaS applications in June, but it has a built-in machine learning engine, and it will be able to learn new SaaS applications as you use them. It will give you complete granular control in order to define compliance requirements and how you're accessing these SaaS applications. And as we know, as we learn more and more from other users and our global user base, this application recognition of 15,000 is only going to increase with time. We're combining this SaaS security, of course, with our enterprise DLP. With our enterprise DLP solution, we'll be able to apply the security policies from a DLP perspective to your data in transit as well as at rest. Third innovation is internet security. So internet today is a crucial business tool. So we have web, we have data, we have SaaS applications, and as I said, the attacks are becoming much more sophisticated and much harder to stop. And providing security for an enterprise is becoming more challenging, especially that the edge is becoming everywhere. So you have a hybrid network, you have on-premises equipment, you have cloud applications, you have SaaS applications. Users are accessing from their homes, from their mobile devices, from the offices. So the edge is becoming more of a blurry line. So there are some modern web-based attacks you've seen in media, and that includes the SolarWinds attack and so on. And we need to be able to secure both of these. So a lot of these attacks based on the internet are based on URLs as well as DNS. More than 80% of attacks do utilize DNS in some shape or form. And that's why we're introducing the advanced URL filtering, and we're enhancing our DNS security in the new release of PanOS. We start off with advanced URL filtering. The challenges with URL filtering is that the malicious guys out there, sometimes they're putting up a web URL that is live for probably 1 hour to carry out their attack, and then they're turning it off. In this fashion, legacy URL filtering solutions will not be able to recognize these URLs. They will not have enough time to crawl these websites, put them in the right category, and say these are malicious websites or phishing websites or so on. The other thing that the attackers are doing, they're using cloaking technologies. So they are recognizing when someone is trying to crawl their website, and they will display different content to different users. So in the case of URL filtering technologies, where they use crawlers, the website recognizes that this is a crawler. They're trying to categorize them and figure out what kind of website that is. They can provide certain content that is completely benign. But if you access the same website from a mobile device, it will be the malicious content. They will show you the malicious content because that website is designed for mobile users and phishing of mobile users. There's also the one-time use links. So how can we protect this? The link is changing, the URL is changing every time you click on it. All of this, from a Palo Alto Networks perspective, we've enhanced this with machine learning, inline machine learning. So in real time, as you're accessing a website, we'll be able to categorize that website, identify whether it's a malicious website or not. We'll also be able to identify if that website is trying to evade our technologies and categorize it accordingly. What about DNS? So as I mentioned a bit earlier, DNS is used in 80% of the attacks, and no enterprise can exist without DNS, because DNS is the yellow pages of the internet. And when companies apply web security, in a lot of cases, that does not include, and they don't take into consideration, anything on the DNS level. So what are the challenges in DNS? So you have data exfiltration, you have network intrusion through DNS3 binding, you have dangling DNS. That's when an attacker claims an IP address from the cloud provider. And all of these are evasion techniques and techniques that utilize DNS in order to attack your network. Now, DNS security is not something new to Palo Alto Networks. So we've already have existing protections like known malicious domains, high-risk domains, domain-generated algorithm domains, DNS tunneling, and so on. And now we're only adding to these protections. So we're adding fast flux domains, DNS rebinding attacks, dictionary domain-generated algorithms, and some of the industry-first protections include dangling DNS attacks, NSNX, denial of service, prediction detection of new domains, and ultra-slow DNS tunneling. DNS is natively integrated in the next generation firewall as well as Prisma Access. So there's no changes are required to your DNS infrastructure or to your configuration. We'll be able to see all your DNS traffic and protect it accordingly. And all of this is empowered by machine learning protections directly on the firewall and Prisma Access. The fourth pillar that I wanted to talk to you about today are the new platforms that Palo Alto Networks is going to introduce. And these are the PA5450, the PA400 series, and we've enhanced our software firewalls, the VM series and the CN series. So we're going to be focusing on the 5450 and the PA400 today. But as a note for the software firewalls, we've increased the performance by 5 times, and now we have auto scaling so that we can hyperscale with your cloud implementations. So the 5450 is designed for the hyperscale data center and internet edge. It's a complete modular chassis, including network cards and data processing cards. It will be able to offer you up to 150 gigabits per second of threat inspection, 100 million sessions, and will have different kinds of interfaces to support your network. It's a completely modular design, so you can add the network cards and the data processing cards as you see fit to match your performance requirements. With the 5450 as well, it is embedded with machine learning, and it will be supporting PAN-OS version 10.1 onwards. Let's look at the distributed enterprise. We need something that is smaller. So we've introduced the PA400 series. In June, we'll be launching the PA440, the 450, and the 460. And later in this year, we'll be introducing the PA410. The 400 series has more than 10 times performance from compared to existing products. It is redundant power and a fanless design. So there's no noise on these devices and firewalls, and they are in a desktop form factor. So you can deploy them in any office or in any home if you require. In summary, we've introduced 4 new innovations, including cloud identity, SaaS security, web security, and machine learning powered next generation platforms. Thank you for attending. I hope you found the content I shared insightful. As mentioned earlier, there will be a quiz taking place now, so please stay tuned. Thank you.
Digital transformation is enabling powerful business opportunities, from data-driven insights through IoT technologies to connecting remote users around the world, from healthcare to manufacturing and beyond. As technology advances, IT teams must support an ever-increasing number of devices, apps, and data, and your security risks increase too. Whether it's gaps in security across your headquarters, branch offices, remote users, and cloud, greater attack surfaces from connected devices and apps, or security teams that are constantly responding to fast-moving attacks, lacking time and contextual information and bogged down by slow manual processes. Today's evolving business environment means transforming your network security with a new type of firewall that's intelligent and proactive, one with machine learning and analytics at its core, that's built for all your environments. Palo Alto Networks has the world's first machine learning-powered next-generation firewall, a signatureless approach that enables complete device visibility, behavioral anomaly detection, risk-based policy recommendations, and built-in enforcement and prevention, all without requiring additional infrastructure. Inline machine learning gives you the ability to prevent up to 95% of unknown threats instantly, directly on the firewall. No quarantines, no alerts, no extra work. For threats that can't be blocked inline, innovative zero-delay signatures are delivered continuously and in near real time from the cloud to enable rapid prevention, which means threats that have never been seen before can be stopped in single-digit seconds, resulting in a 99.5% reduction in systems infected. You also get visibility across all IoT and connected devices without the need for additional sensors. Tablets, video cameras, scanners, machinery, managed and unmanaged devices. You can monitor all traffic and behavior. If anomalous activity is detected, you can identify it immediately. The system saves administrators time and effort with automated intelligent policy recommendations, eliminating breaches caused by misconfiguration, providing increased security and IT operations efficiency, and a high ROI when using the Palo Alto Networks firewall platform. Welcome to the era of intelligent network security with the world's first ML-powered next-generation firewall from Palo Alto Networks. Visit Palo Alto Networks today to learn more.
Thank you, Mahir. The workspace today has evolved. Most organizations agree that the future of work is anywhere and everywhere. Addressing the needs of this evolved way of working is a big reason behind the acceleration in digital transformation across organizations. Our next speaker will share insights on how their solution is helping shape the future of work for Anywhere Enterprise. Kesnia, please reveal the name of our next presenting vendor.
Hello everyone, my name's Alan Finden. I'm the EMEA Channels Director and I'm delighted to be presenting today at the Westcon Comstore Imagine event. I'm from Ivanti, as I said, and I'm going to talk to you today about our security solutions. But first of all, you might not know who Ivanti are. Ivanti have been around for some time and created the brand in 2017, having purchased a number of companies. But most excitingly, they purchased both MobileIron and my old company, Pulse Secure, in December of last year. So you may well know me from the Pulse Secure days with secure access, remote access, and that's what I'm going to be drilling into in a bit more detail in my presentation. So what am I going to talk about? Well, the new speed of business. There's an acceleration happening, and we feel this every day when we dial into a Zoom session from the living room or get into an Uber or open our front door to find a new pile of boxes from Amazon. Everyone has got new user experiences and expectations. And all of those mean that we need to get work done from everywhere, share the world with everyone, and also manage our lives privately. So that brings new challenges and impacts on the IT departments. They've got to keep up with a massive pace of change, with huge amounts of complexity, but of course, all of it needs to be done with high security. For example, we all locked down ourselves from March 2020 onwards, and indeed that lockdown has continued to some extent or other. But during that time, our IT departments have accelerated digital transformation, probably at a pace of more than 7 years done in a single year. In other words, they have moved on to make their workforce more mobile, more active, more hybrid, all in just 1 year. Over 3/4 of CIOs think that growing information technology complexity may make it impossible to effectively manage digital transformation. If you think of the multiple applications that are used, if you think of SIMs trying to take information from a huge number of applications and services, it's incredibly difficult to manage. And then when you talk about employees, almost 100% of users are unable to recognize a sophisticated phishing mail. And over 95% of all attacks are caused by successful spear phishing. So we need to really double down on that security element. So what we need for our employees is to provide them with the tools with which they can work securely. And we call this the Everywhere Workplace. We want them to provide the tools with more devices, allow them to access more platforms and more apps. And there are far more networks to connect to and far more services, which makes it incredibly difficult. So let's break this down. What are the problems that the IT department has? Well, it's a combination of these 4 things, I think: visibility, experience, the vulnerability of the applications, and indeed the responsiveness of the organization to when things go wrong. And delivering more means solving these 4 challenges. Now, for visibility, I've got no idea how many devices are on my network today. What is on your network? Is it a PC? Is it a Mac? Is it an Internet of Things? From an end user perspective, users are connecting to their consumer applications to company systems. You've got bring your own device mobile phones. You've got people plugging in their USB sticks into devices. So then we look at vulnerabilities. I've got no idea what vulnerabilities I have, where they are, and how to find them. And then finally, responsiveness. How can I help my employees get back up and running in the event of an issue? So bear with me while I make an analogy. We've talked a bit about this, the new speed of business, and it's almost like IT's in a race against the changing circumstances and growing user expectations. So let's say you're building a machine, a vehicle designed to keep pace with all of that. So you could get a really fast car to sort out your responsiveness, and then you could have another tool which gives you great visibility. And so as you build it, you could end up with the best of breed for each of those, but in reality, those desperate solutions won't address these challenges with the speed, scale, and agility that the everywhere workplace requires. What you actually need is an integrated approach. And that is what Ivanti is trying to bring to the marketplace. We want to make the everywhere workplace possible, where we can help you discover, manage, secure, and service your customer's environment. So how are we going to do that? Well, the plan is to bring those companies that we've been buying and the solutions that we had already and bring them into an integrated approach where we can discover, manage, secure, and service, all backed up in a platform that we call the Ivanti Neurons platform, which is a hyper-automated platform for IT management. Under the hood, it will be busy looking at various aspects of your IT environment. And if it needs correcting, it will automatically correct what's going wrong. So let's take a little bit more detail as to how that can help our customers. So for instance, on patch management, you can have multiple separate systems and a patch system, but then you may also have a vulnerability scanner. But those two systems don't necessarily talk to each other at the moment. And so that vulnerability scanner may well miss a device. And so your patch system may not actually update that device, which means that you've got a vulnerability in your network, in your infrastructure that you don't know about. So for us, with our consolidated approach, we can actually do that by discovering what's on your environment and then securing what's in your environment, all from one seamless platform. If you look at that disparate approach, maybe you could let yourself open to $100 million in damages if that vulnerability is allowed to progress within your infrastructure. So if you look at who Ivanti are and who we've been built up from, we've got phenomenal results from our analyst evaluations. In the case of Gartner, looking at our IT service management, we're in the top right quartile. For unified endpoint management, again, top right. And for Forrester, looking at zero trust extended ecosystem, again, top right. And so we're bringing together the best of breed of these three solutions. So let's drill down a bit and talk a bit more about Ivanti and Ivanti Security Solutions. With the combined customer base of Ivanti, MobileIron, and Pulse Secure, we've got over 45,000 customers and 8,000 partners worldwide. But importantly, we manage 40 million devices on a day-to-day basis for our customers or with our partners. Now, our CEO, Jim Shaper, has said there's two kinds of acquisitive companies, the consolidators and the integrators. And Ivanti is an integrator. We will be growing our business both through organic growth, but also by integrating other vendors that we believe will form a fantastic component to the solution that I've just been through. So we've got a product growth strategy, which is really going to drive the growth around the discover, manage, secure, and service piece. So now that we're living in an everywhere workplace, that means more devices, more platforms and apps, more networks and services. So when we're looking at that visibility, the experience, the vulnerability and responsiveness, we want to look at how that can help in the security perspective. So let me just flip through as to how we're going to be doing that. Now, a little bit of an eye chart, but what I want to bring up here is that from the best of breed within Ivanti, within Mobile Iron and within Pulse Secure, and indeed relatively recently with ShareWell, we can discover using the best of breed discovery tools, profiling tools that can find what is on your network, either using passive discovery or indeed active discovery. And that can be done in an automated way. Managing your endpoints, managing your devices, managing your infrastructure. So that varies from endpoint managing and provisioning, things like desktop configuration and the like. And especially when you think of laptops, people who are working from home suddenly get a laptop or they're asked to go and purchase a laptop in order to work. You have to provision that remotely. We have those tools. And then similarly, when you're looking at the mobile devices, this is when the Mobile Iron history comes in, and managing those endpoint devices, be they corporate owned or be they BYOD, securely. On the secure side, we've got patch management and UEM controls. And the secure access side of things is probably the bit that Pulse Secure is most famous for. We're providing remote access, the best-in-class network access control, and zero trust network access. And then finally on this slide, the service side of things, where we're looking at IT service management and indeed general ecosystem service plays, such as HR systems, etc. Let me put a little bit of context here, that if, for instance, one of your employees is trying to connect remotely, they will be using the Pulse Secure Remote Access PCS, Pulse Connect Secure solution. Now, the client on that device may well discover that the patch management is not up to date on that device, in which case our host checker will stop that connection. It's a vulnerability and therefore untrusted. And so the host checker would stop the device connecting up to the network. Now, in the background, Ivanti neurons can go, I can see why that connectivity has failed. I can see it's a patch management. Let me go and deploy the up-to-date patch. Once that's happened, then that device is compliant and is allowed to connect up to the network securely. But also in the background, Ivanti neurons will be looking around the rest of the estate to find other devices who maybe have the same problem in terms of their patch update. If they find them, they would automatically update those patches in the background without the end user failing and without the end user having to report an IT service management ticket. You can see how you can join up the dots of discover, manage, secure, and service using the Ivanti neurons single platform. So Ivanti neurons can really provide self-securing, self-healing, and self-service. All of that, of course, reduces cost and improves the end user experience. So when we bring it all together, what we just talked about, right at the top, the employee experience is paramount. If you've got happy employees who can do their job, can be productive, that is going to make your business more productive and more profitable. If you can automate those tools with self-healing, self-secure, self-service, and using deep learning with AI, then again, you're going to reduce costs because you've got a speed of action, and you've also got a situation where you have got fewer employees having to support your infrastructure. And then based on those 4 pillars of discover, manage, secure, and service. So let's drill into the secure piece, because that is where Pulse Secure sits, and that's the piece of the business that myself, my colleagues based out in the Middle East, and indeed Westcon help us with on a day-to-day basis. So our mission is to deliver zero trust access control, zero sign-on, and vulnerability management to our customers. From an IT outcome perspective, we want to provide a better architecture with fewer passwords or no passwords, consistent patching, and protection at the end user and device and access levels, so that we're going to end up with a much better security posture and a smaller threat surface that that you can basically minimize your vulnerabilities. So let's look at the key concepts. Zero sign-on. This came from MobileIron, and the passwords are probably one of the biggest problems of an IT help desk on a day-to-day basis. If you can remove the requirement for passwords, hey, I've forgotten my password, then that reduces the number of tickets. How do we do that? Well, use your mobile phone as your authentication device. Use the biometrics on your mobile phone for your password. And so effectively, you don't have to ask your users to remember passwords. They just use their thumbprint. Devices, again, we can look at vulnerability management on those devices. And from a zero trust access perspective, that's really where we fit. Basically, assume that anything or anyone trying to connect to your infrastructure is a possible threat actor, and in which case, don't allow them to connect. So our key solutions, we've got a number of key solutions, and you can talk to Westcon at any time concerning these. From Pulse Secure, then we're bringing across our remote access, our network access control, our VADC application delivery controller, and of course, our zero trust access position. Key differentiators, we're probably one of the only vendors out there to deliver zero trust sign-on and a mobile threat defense in one package. Do you want to find out some more? Well, reach out to Westcon. If you're based in the Emirates, please speak to Omar. If you're in Saudi, please speak to Islam, who can help you take you through the Avanti portfolio more. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for your interest, and please listen later on for the quiz, because there may be a few questions here concerning my presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alan. Now we'd like to talk about Westcon Comsters renewals. The Westcon Comsters dedicated renewals assists you in retaining customers, grow recurring revenues, and secure long-term success by assisting you on repeat revenue opportunities. Here's a short video on Westcon Comsters renewal services.
We're living in an increasingly software-driven world. As software licenses and subscriptions become the new norm, managing effectively your renewals will help you build a recurring revenue business model. But we understand the problems partners have managing subscriptions and contract renewals. This is where we help, by automating the end-to-end renewals process, so you can build a predictable and stable business model, control technology retention, and identify new opportunities, retain more customers, and build longer-term relationships, identify upsell and tech refresh opportunities, consolidate all renewals through a single partner portal. Our proactive and dedicated renewals executives work in tandem with our powerful PartnerView portal to support and manage your pipeline. This team is focused on collecting data, creating quotes, publishing and notifying 90 days before the renewal deadline so no opportunity is missed. Consolidate all your vendor renewal opportunities under one team, a single process, and a common platform. All quotes are available in PartnerView so you can view, edit, or convert into a purchase order any of your renewal opportunities, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We love renewals. We love the repeat business, the recurring revenues, and the customer satisfaction they provide. Westcon Comstore Renewals. Contact your account manager today.
Tushar, we have had some very insightful presentations by our vendors today. How about we now take a short break from everything technology to focus on one of the other key goals of this event, which is imagining a world full of endless possibilities and positivity. Can you tell us about our next guest speaker today?
Sure, Mark. Our guest speaker today is a living embodiment of the spirit to never give up and to persevere through all challenges to fulfill your dreams and your passions. Our guest speaker, Evan Ruggiero, discovered his passion to dance at age 5. At age 10, he was accepted into the famed New Jersey Tap Ensemble. Ruggiero's talent seemed unlimited. He picked up singing and acting and learned to play the guitar, drums, and saxophone. He performed in local theater throughout his high school and went on to pursue a degree in musical theater. During rehearsal for the first show of his sophomore year at the university, Ruggiero felt a sudden pain in his right leg. Suspecting a sprain, he visited the doctor, who then sent him to a cancer center in New York City. The diagnosis: he had bone cancer in his leg. Ruggiero underwent 4 surgeries in 3 months. Bones were transplanted from his left leg to the right leg. Muscles were taken from his back to nourish and supplement blood flow to his leg. After a 33-day hospital stay, he left with a prescription for physical therapy and rest. But just a few months later, doctors discovered that the cancer had not only returned, but had also spread to his lungs. Ivan had to go through very intense chemotherapy with some of the worst side effects the hospital had ever seen. He had 2 lung operations, but in order to finally save his life, the doctors had to amputate his right leg above the knee. But even going through all this could not dampen his spirit or break his passion to dance. Just 18 months after his amputation and only 2 days after receiving his peg leg, he was tap dancing again.
In 2013, Evan received his degree from MSU and began his career as a teacher, motivational speaker, and performer. He has made appearances on multiple TV shows, including Ellen, performed at the Biden Cancer Summit, and also appeared in theatrical productions, including the lead role on Broadway in the play Bastard Jones for which he won a 2017 Clive Barnes Award. He's also a singer and a guitarist in his own rock band. The incredible Evan Ruggiero is also known for his distinguished work on the Oscars, We're the Superhumans, and Tap World. Evan's career as a dancer and musician hasn't lost a step, despite the devastating loss of his leg to cancer. To learn more about how to imagine a future of endless possibilities by using the power of positivity, please join me in welcoming Evan Ruggiero.
Over the summer, we saw a video of this incredible 23-year-old tap dancer. Look at him. From Old Bridge, New Jersey, please welcome the very inspiring Evan Ruggiero. All right, Evan,
Yes.
you're incredible. You're amazing. We all need to hear stories like that, you know? It's because it just sometimes it just is so ridiculous. Life is, you know, the littlest thing, and we're like, this is tough, and then somebody like you comes along to remind us how amazing, you know, you just go on. You just keep going and doing the things you love, and you're,
Exactly.
you know, doing it in a different way now, but it's beautiful.
Hi, my name is Evan Ruggiero, and welcome to the WestCon ComStore Imagine Middle East event. I'm honored to be here speaking with you about my journey through adversity and how we can imagine a world of endless possibilities through positivity. I started dancing when I was 5 years old. I saw my sister in a dance class and I thought, hey, this looks like a lot of fun. Why not give it a shot? And so I told my mom I wanted to take dance classes, and she signed me up for hip hop. I was really bad at it. You know, full disclaimer, it was not my thing. And I stuck with it. And I told her at the end of the year that I wanted to take tap. She's like, you want to take tap? Why? And I just thought, I don't know. I like the way that my feet can make all these sounds, and I like making rhythms, and it's like playing the drums with your feet. And she said, okay. So she got me a pair of tap shoes. I put them on. I went to that first class, and something electric happened. I made magic with my feet, and I just instantly fell in love with tap dancing. So years passed, and I told her that I wanted to take my tap dancing to the next level. And I came across a professional tap company in New Jersey called the New Jersey Tap Ensemble, and I auditioned for the company. I was 10 years old. And I got a call back for the company, and I remember the day of that callback, I was crying hysterically. I didn't want to go in, I didn't want to audition. My mom was driving up and down the road, just saying, come on, Evan, you know, you gotta go in, you gotta audition. I know you're gonna get this, you're so good at this. And I couldn't do it. I don't know, I chickened out. And afterwards, my mom dragged me in by the ear. And I had this conversation with the artistic director, Deborah Mitchell. And she asked me what happened. And I told her, I don't know. I got scared. I chickened out. And she asked me to write her a letter telling her what it meant to me and what was important about being a tap dancer. And I said, okay. So I wrote her a letter, and I just thought, okay, I love to tap dance, and this is why it's important to me. And I gave her that letter, and she called me up a day later, and she said, why don't you come back and rehearse with the company? I said, okay. So got my tap shoes, I went to that rehearsal, and at the end of that rehearsal, she invited me to become a member of the New Jersey Tap Ensemble. I had one of my first performances in New York City at Lincoln Center, and also at the Schomburg Museum in Harlem. And from then on, I was a full-on pre-professional tap dancer. And I was in middle school at the time, and I was getting bullied and picked on for being a guy dancer. And I had a teacher who said, "Evan, why don't you audition for the school musical? You know, I think there's a part in there for you." I thought, okay, sure, I'll go along with it. This sounds fun. And I auditioned, and I got the part of Little Jake, and I felt comfortable on that stage. I saw other guys that I was going to school with, and they were dancing and they were singing and acting, and it was a safe space. And no amount of taunting or bullying or teasing could get me down. So high school comes along, and everyone kind of does their own thing in high school. I started playing music. I was in the marching band. I was in the drum line, of course, right? Drumming, hand and feet. They go hand and feet. And I started to slow down on my dance. I really started to focus on music, but I stayed in the tap company and I stayed dancing. And it was time to choose a university where I was going to go to school for the next 4 years after high school. And I had a bunch of friends who all said, "Oh, you know what, I want to go to school for pre-med, and I want to be a teacher or a doctor, or I want to be a lawyer." And I just kind of thought, well, what do I want to do? I want to sing, I want to dance, and I want to act. Okay, I want to be on Broadway. Can I go to school to be on Broadway? Is that a thing? And actually, I found out, yeah, it was a thing. I could go to school and get my BFA in musical theater. I could get the training that I needed to study to how to, be a better actor, be a better singer, be a better dancer, have that mentality to make it on Broadway in New York City. And I auditioned for a university in New Jersey called Montclair State University, and I got in. And I started my first semester there, and I absolutely loved it. I was doing a bunch of shows, had a great first year. So then I go back my second year, and I woke up one morning, and I had this excruciating pain in my right leg, and I couldn't walk. I had to use crutches. I called up my mother. She said, "Okay, I'm going to come pick you up. We're going to go to the hospital. We're going to have an x-ray taken." And I had an x-ray taken, and that doctor said, "Look, we want to take a biopsy of your leg and see what's going on." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry, I have this show that I'm in. I have to perform later tonight." And he said, "Okay, well, you can perform later tonight, and then tomorrow we have to take a biopsy." So I do my show, and then I go, the next day for this biopsy, and the results come back, and I'm told that I was being diagnosed with osteosarcoma, which is also bone cancer. So now I'm completely devastated. Here I am, 19 years old, and I'm a dancer, and I have cancer in my leg. What am I going to do? And I just start thinking of, that positivity. And I said, "You know what? I'm going to get through this. I'm going to beat this." And, I had all these surgeries. I had bones taken out of my left leg and put into my right leg. I had muscle taken from my back, put into my right leg. And the whole time, I just stayed positive. I just kept imagining what my life would be like after I beat this. And I said, "I'm going to dance again. I'm going to be on stage. I'm going to be on Broadway." And I had a bunch of surgery, and 7 months down the road, I was told that my cancer came back, and now it's even more aggressive than it was before. And the only way that I could stay alive would be to amputate my right leg above the knee. And at this point, I was furious. I was yelling, I was screaming, I was crying at my doctor. We had this long 4-hour conversation. And I just remember thinking, why didn't we do this earlier? Why now? Why 7 months later? And he promised that he was going to save my life. And in that moment, I remembered that there was a tap dancer who tap danced with a peg leg. His name was Clayton Pegleg Bates. And he lost his leg in a cotton gin accident at the age of 12. He actually had his leg amputated on his mother's kitchen table. So his uncle comes home and sees that his nephew is missing a leg, and he makes him a peg leg out of crutches. And Clayton taught himself how to tap dance on that peg leg. He traveled the entire world as a one-legged tap dancer. He performed for the Queen of England. He has the record number of appearances on the Ed Sullivan Show. And at that time, he was my inspiration. He was my role model to continue tap dancing. And I said to my doctor right then and there, I said, "You know what, if Pegleg Bates can do it, I'm going to do it." And then I had my right leg amputated above the knee, and I took my best step forward, and I just said, I'm gonna dance again. I'm gonna make this happen. However, the road forward was just polluted with more and more surgery, chemotherapy. I was terrified of chemo, because now I had to deal with the loss of my leg. I had to look at myself in the mirror and see that I was missing a leg. Now I also had to go through chemo and see myself and see that I had no hair. My eyes were all sunken in, yellow, brown. I had mouth sores all over the place. I was weak. I was tired. I could hardly get up in the morning. And so what did I do? I just told my doctors, I said, I'm going to school. I'm going to go to school. I just want to be with my friends. They're going to keep me happy. They're going to keep me uplifted and staying positive. It's going to return that normalcy to my life. That's what I needed to do. And while I was there, I found out that the cancer metastasized to both my lungs. And so I had to have 8 tumors removed from my lungs. A third of each lung had to be taken out. And I remember waking up from one of those operations and my friends being there at my bedside and just saying, Evan, guess what? You're going to be Herman in Sweet Charity the Musical at school. I just kept thinking, what? Are they crazy? They put me in this show? What are they thinking? Here I am. I got one leg. I'm going through chemo. I just had 2 lung operations. But it was that show that kept me going. You know, being there with my friends, doing something. It was good for my mind. And I get chemo during the day, and I go perform at night. And sure enough, I could see that light at the end of the tunnel. And I knew that shortly I'd be tap dancing again. And finally, I finished chemo. It was just about 2 years from my initial diagnosis date, October 2011. And I had a peg leg made for myself. And my doctor comes out, and he gives me this metal pipe, and literally it looked like he bought it from Home Depot. I just thought, okay, sure, this is going to work. Why not? And I put it on my leg, and I just thought about being a drummer. I thought about utilizing this peg leg as a bass drum and my left foot as my snare drum, as my tom-tom, and I said, I'm just going to think of these rhythms, and I'm going to let muscle memory kick in, and just like that, I started to tap dance again. And it made me whole, and it made me feel good about myself. And that is what the power of positive thinking can do for you. Today, I have traveled all over the world as a motivational speaker, as a singer, actor, one-legged tap dancer, and I never thought that I would be able to do the things that I'm doing. You know, back then, sitting in that hospital bed, I could have never told you all the people that I would get to meet, all the places that I would get to travel to. And, you know, you just have to imagine it. You have to see it. You have to believe it. You have to triumph through adversity. You have to dream and dream on. Thank you for having me today. It has been a privilege and an honor to speak with you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this event.
Feeling I'm happy again, and I'm laughing at clouds. They're so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, and I'm ready for love. Let the storm clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain, I've a smile on my face, and I'm walking down the lane with a happy refrain. I'm just singing so dark up above, and I am singing. Yes, I am singing. Yes, I am. Oh, I'm singing and I'm singing. In the
Thank you, Evan. I can surely say on behalf of all our attendees today that your story has truly touched our hearts. You are a true hero and an absolute inspiration. Through all the messages that have been constantly pouring in through our chat section, we can see absolute love and adoration towards your spirit from our attendees today. Your story is incredible, your passion is boundless, and your charisma is truly infectious. We salute your spirit and thank you for gracing our event with your presence today.
Completely agree with you there, Tushar. I'd like to echo your sentiments. It was an incredible session. However, it's now time for us to proceed ahead with our agenda for the rest of today's event. In an office environment, the business IT team has historically determined the communication applications that employees use and also orchestrate technology integration and usage to maximize their employee productivity and customer satisfaction. This has resulted in an office environment that generally delivers high consistency, control, and productivity for business communications. By contrast, research has indicated that today's home office is a mishmash of various technologies. Employees are trying to do the best they can with the communication tools that are available to them. In order to drive higher levels of customer satisfaction, especially when employees are working outside of the traditional business office, there is a growing need to deliver composable experiences that are meant for this new world of work. Our next presenting vendor will be shedding more light on this.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today on this exciting Imagine Middle East event. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Giselle Bouhanem, and today I'm going to take you through the composable experiences for the everything customer. In our brief time together, I will talk to you about the changes that we are all experiencing, their impact on the customer service and digital workplace, and discussing how technology, specifically Avaya OneCloud CCaaS, addresses those changes, ending the session with how Avaya and Westcon are supporting you to go to market and to sell. And the reality is everything in the last decade have changed. And it is undeniable that we are part of a technological revolution that is fundamentally altering the way we live, the way we work, and even our personal lives. And because of everything, and because of all this change, how we travel, how we shop, and how even we pay, we no longer use cash, we wave our watches to pay, have changed. We stream constantly, we stream videos constantly, and the videos that used to take 5 hours to download, today they download in under a minute. Even social media moved from recording what we did or do to a live documentation of real stream capturing our life in the moment. And as a matter of fact, in our recently conducted research about life and work beyond 2020, we found that values have shifted, and honesty, respect, and optimism are more important than before. We want to deal with organizations that reflect those values. We all embrace the opportunity for hybrid working, but also are concerned about artificial intelligence and its impact on our roles and jobs. Regarding our digital world, the digital shopping lives have accelerated. Everybody's shopping online today, but we still want physical experiences, and we want to shop in retail shops, and we want this human interaction. And we want the organizations to allow us both the digital and the human at the same time. The reality is that customers and employees have changed. But if we look about the everything customer, or how do our customers today look like? Our customers today, they want everything. And they want, what they want today is different what they wanted yesterday, also different than what they want or what they would want tomorrow. And Gartner specifically calls this the everything customers. What does that mean? It means that sometimes they want to shop online, but some other times they want to shop in the comfort of the store experience. Sometimes they want to serve themselves, but some other times they want to interact with a human. They want you to customize as an organization their service and to be proactive in presenting them what makes sense to them, but they also want to protect their privacy. Sometimes they want to interact via WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Alexa, but some other times they want to resort to traditional phone calls. Put simply, they want to be connected, but left alone. They want to be treated equally, but served uniquely. They want full features, but they want the experience to be effortless. They want a consistent and expected service, but they wouldn't mind if they're surprised with the unexpected. And the bottom line is, as customers, even us, we want a lot. And delivering on those customer experience ambitions is more difficult than ever. Because the everything customer is no longer a segment, it is a mindset. We want to consume the services the way we stream music. And ultimately, we want those services to be composed around us. Also, we want the experience, even for the same service, to be different depending on our context and on our situation. For example, if I'm traveling as a business traveler, I want the experience to be different than if I'm traveling with my family or if I'm traveling with friends for the weekend away. So how can we really think that the applications and technologies and platforms that used to solve problems that existed years ago are fit to address today's problems? Problems which are very different to those we had before, and they need a broader ecosystem to be solved. And trying to solve today's problem with yesterday's technology is quite simply not going to work. The reality is that many organizations are crippled by the technical debt, and they held back by the applications that can't be changed on demand. And customer service is a perfect example of this. And if we look at recent discussions that I've had and we've had with key customers, they all cite that the biggest challenge in their today's environment is their customers, and is this everything customer. This customer expect to be understood, to be cared for, and to have business value wrapped around them individually. So the old way of segmenting a customer, redesigning a service around this segment is simply obsolete, and wrapping a business around each customer on the fly rather than on a segment requires composability. And it's just not about multi-channel communication anymore. It is about connecting, orchestrating, and managing the total experience. And the total experience includes the employee experience, the customer experience, the technical implementation across the different touch points, or what we call the multi-experience, all together linked with the user experience to simplify and to allow better accessibility to the different applications. This all requires organization-wide alignment. It requires composable building blocks to build those services. It requires the right collaboration technology and, of course, a good cloud foundation. If we zoom a little bit into the technology and we look at Avaya One Cloud, many of you are familiar with the Avaya One Cloud and many of you may be seeing it for the first time. What is Avaya One Cloud? All what we've been talking about in terms of experience platforms is incorporated within Avaya One Cloud, which focuses on the future of both customer experience and the digital workplace. And it does this because Avaya One Cloud is really all about composability at the core to enable innovation at the edge. So what is it? Avaya One Cloud, it puts the customer at the center of the business and builds on top of the existing investments to reduce business risks and drives efficiencies. So if you look at the spectrum of capabilities that are available within Avaya One Cloud, and if you try to think about it in terms of your customers, you'd recognize probably a couple of scenarios whereas you can build and expand on top of the existing platform with a different deployment model, different technology, and allow this reduction of risk to happen and this efficiency in the business operation to continue to evolve. Avaya One Cloud is also, as I mentioned, an experience platform. It is available for all deployment models and is a platform focused on delivering this total experience that I talked about, from customer experience, employee experience, multi-experience in terms of touch points, and user experience in terms of usability and accessibility. It is unified. It does not silo CCaaS and UCaaS and CPaaS even, communication platform as a service. Instead, the level of integration between these three pillars has completely blurred any line of segregation, ensuring that organizations that invest in Avaya One Cloud benefit from the full power of the Avaya portfolio. It is multi-cloud. What does it mean? It means that Avaya One Cloud can connect to where our customers are. For example, if they are in Azure shop for their CRM, Avaya One Cloud can connect to their cloud CRM and enables capabilities such as click to chat or others. It is composable at the core. Why? Because it is built on CPaaS or communication platform as a service. That means that you as a partner or the customer can extend it and build on top of it For example, for SIP services, for cloud IVRs and messaging, for virtual assistant, and many other applications. It is an experience platform powered by artificial intelligence with an AI workflow orchestrator that enables organizations to embed and integrate their AI strategy, to build their own or to adopt their partner strategy within via OneCloud. So if we zoom a little bit in this portfolio on via OneCloud CCaaS Public, you must have heard and seen the announcement about the launch of Avaya OneCloud CCaaS Public. So what is Avaya OneCloud CCaaS Public? It is a contact center solution born in the cloud, built on Microsoft Azure cloud technology and microservices, fully multi-tenant solution. It's based on an API-first architecture. What does it mean? It means that it allows you as partners, and it allows our ecosystem partners to add applications to easily integrate and to complement the rich core capabilities that the solution provides. As a contact center as a service solution, it literally takes hours and days to have the contact center up and running once the tenant is created, rather than the months that we're used to have in terms of a deployment of on-prem contact center solution. And it has a rich core capabilities built on 4 key CX excellence pillars, which are getting connected, orchestrating processes, managing resources, and infusing knowledge and insights. I'll take a moment to develop a little bit on those core capabilities, starting with getting connected. So in the getting connected pillar, specifically for Avaya OneCloud Public CCaaS, you will see that the solution supports voice, chat, messaging, and email channels, allowing customers to connect through the channel of their choice. We even allow the capability for the customers to bring their own channel into the platform. Over and above, it embeds or encapsulates the capability of attribute routing. What is attribute routing? It's what you might also hear as smart routing. It's all those routing algorithms that are contextual and situational and smart enough to allow the workflow to be designed to connect the customer, this everything customer, proactively to the best possible touch point and best possible agent that can support them. In terms of managing resources, the solution have a business operation administration portal, a single portal that allows the full administration of the contact center, from tenant administration such as agent configuration, a supervisor configuration, channel configuration, etc., to orchestration and workflow design. In terms of knowledge and insights, of course, the solution has the supervisor capability for real-time insights, real-time fully customizable dashboards, and analytics capabilities for historical custom reporting and out-of-the-box reporting, in addition to advanced performance reporting. The last pillar is about orchestrating processes. And when we talk about orchestrating processes, the first fold of it is the agent and supervisor experience that are empowered with a fully customizable widget-based workspace that allows both the agent and the supervisor to build their own desktop, embed custom widgets, and allow you as a partner to support the customer in their journeys in terms of desktop design, desktop customization. It has a workflow automation tool that is based or task-based. It's a simple drag and drop tool that allows a business analyst or an operation manager to change and to build the workflow dynamically. It's a low-code workflow design tool. Last but not least is the availability of APIs and SDKs. And as I mentioned, the whole solution is built on an API-first architecture, and we do expose those APIs to our partners and to our customers in order to leverage the power of this powerful experience platform. In a nutshell, Avaya One Cloud CCaaS is uniquely positioned to deliver comprehensive set of foundational customer experience capabilities, whilst at the same time, it is positioned for organization or positions organization well into the future, as its pairing with Avaya One Cloud CPaaS enables businesses to compose those experiences and solutions at astounding speed. Here, I would like to just highlight one point is that we've seen a very, very positive traction towards Avaya One Cloud CCaaS in the region. Our enterprise customers are looking at the solution to solve specific business use cases, to extend their existing platform with new innovative capabilities from the cloud. And definitely for the SME segment, it's quite attractive because it allows them to go to market quickly in days. It allows them to be available to set up this customer experience center to open up all those channels and very quickly. So how are we, Avaya, supporting the partners in their transformation and in their customers' transformation from this CapEx on-prem model to this OpEx cloud-based and subscription model? Of course, I invite you to speak to your account managers, to the Westcon team, as Westcon is our master agent for Avaya One Cloud CCaaS in the region, and they'll be able to guide you around how the business model is put together. But what I'd like to bring to your attention is 3 key points. The first point is related to incentives. We have put aggressive incentives and rebates in place for our public cloud offers, and this will help you in your cash flow, obviously. In terms of demand generation, we are investing through Westcon extensively in marketing jointly with you. In addition, Avaya is also investing in their own digital and social marketing, and all the leads generated will also be made available to our partners. In terms of tools and processes, we've been extensively investing and working in the last 12 months to put together a simple quote and price solution, which is a channel marketplace or Avaya store. And it is the quoting and ordering tool of choice that is made available for you through Westcon. In addition, we have raised the roof for the demo programs, as well as the training credits to go towards skilling up yourself and your colleagues. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you today for being with us, and thank you for your partnership. We've been we're very proud for what we've achieved together in 2020, and we are looking forward to close 2021 and move more into the future with our commitments to innovation, with our commitments to you and to our customers to remain the leaders in the contact center and collaboration industry. Thanks so much. That would be the end of the session, but I invite you to hang in there, because there is a quiz that will be available now for you after this session. Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Giselle, for that very insightful session. For the next presentation, we will put out the spotlight on cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the #1 technology priority for planned digital transformation projects as businesses adapt to surge in remote working as a result of COVID-19. Our next presenting vendor is a leader in cloud and enterprise cybersecurity who will be talking about how products and solutions are providing advanced threat defense through better and faster detection and response. Ksnia, please reveal the name of our next presenting vendor.
Hi everyone, my name is Mohammed Murad and I'm the MENA Regional Director for Channel in Trend Micro. It's my pleasure to join today for Westcon Comstor Imagine Middle East. Today, I will be covering and introducing Trend Micro Corporate International, Trend Micro MENA, our channel program, and Trend Micro MSP model. Now, I will be going to run a small video to show why partnering with Trend Micro is really important and how Trend Micro empowers their partners. Now, I will be introducing Trend Micro MENA team as a top management and a channel management. Trend Micro MENA is relocated to Saudi Arabia in 2018. So the regional head office of the full MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, is based in Saudi Arabia since 2018. The head of MENA region is Dr. Mu'taz bin Ali. He's the vice president of Middle East and North Africa. with the support of Sales Operation Director Muayyad Simbawa. Also, we're having as part of MENA team, we're having Rashid Al Ouda, Country Managing Director and Regional Director in Trend Micro. As a marketing function, we are having Ghada Shmemri, the Marketing Director for MENA region. As a channel director, we're having myself, Muhammad Murad. As a new function or new role in the region, we're having Mazen Abu Abed, who's handling the MSP and SMB functions. And for sure, sales without a technical arm is not completed. We're having Mr. Bilal Beg, the technical director for MENA region. As a MENA channel team, we have 5 channel managers allocated in all the MENA region. We're having a channel manager based in Gulf Cluster. Gulf Cluster covers several countries, starting from Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and Yemen. We're having KSA as a separate region with 1 channel manager. We're having UAE, 1 separate region with a channel manager. And we're having North Africa and Levant with 2 channel managers. North Africa and Levant is divided into 2 regions. The French-speaking countries, or MAT region, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, and all other countries such as Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan, including recently Sudan. Part of our offices, this is to show how huge the investment of Trend Micro in MENA region. This is one of our regional offices in Egypt. And this is another office in UAE, where UAE is covering the full operation of the Gulf. And as stated previously, the regional head office was moved from UAE to Saudi Arabia back in 2018. Our office, the opening of the regional head office will be in the second half, mainly after Eid, inshallah, in Riyadh, in the digital city. Our regional head office is still under construction, but at the final stages. After covering the people and some assets, it's time to talk a little bit on the power of Trend Micro MENA in the region and the plan of the growth. Today, we have a plan in Trend Micro. We have a growth plan to reach by 2025 $300 million of sales in different functions in the enterprise business, consumer, OT, cloud, and managed service functions. Now, let me talk or take you through a little bit the channel program that empowers our partners and channel community. Who we target in our channel? We target in the business in the channel, our distributor and the full channel community, which is we're working with resellers, system integrators, MSPs, managed service providers, and GSIs, the global system integrators, whether they are based in the MENA or they are supporting MENA from other regions. For sure, as all vendors, we have countries tiering for the countries. So Trend Micro divides the countries into 3 tiers. We have tier 1 countries, tier 2 countries, and tier 3 countries. About the partner tiering, we have 4 partner tierings, and you will see in the upcoming slide, each tiering has its own requirements. So we have 4 partner tiering. We have the bronze, silver, gold, and the platinum, which is the highest partner tiering in Trend Micro. As I stated previously, you can see that we work on 3 tierings in the countries, and each country has its own commitments. So tier 1 country has a target different than tier 3 country. And here, the slide shows that we work with our partners based on tiering and based on commitments so that they fulfill the requirements and they are upgraded accordingly. And also in the upcoming slides, you will be seeing upgrading from one level to another, what benefits can give you. Now we will be talking about the partner program benefits. So our partners can benefit from enhancing their skills, can benefit from the deregistrations, from expanding their opportunities, and they can manage and monitor everything with a very special partner portal. Starting with our deregistrations. So today, the core of our program, or our partner program, is that our partner can protect himself by deregistration. And here you can see the different categories of the partners. And here I'm coming back where I told you the difference in the categories can support. So as you see, as a standard discount, for example, you will be having whatever you are, what partner you are, you will start all together but with a standard discount. But when you go into deregistration, you can see that the highest discount is given to the platinum, and this is generated automatically from the system to protect our platinum partner who really invested with us, who really reached the milestones and got upgraded to platinum. So upgrading in tiering is not only a name, it is really beneficial to our partners. So from the deregistrations can protect you, can guarantee your rights, and on top of this generates automatic protection for you as a discount. From the skill enhancement, we have a very strong a training program. It's called Trend Campus. This training program is for free. Trend Micro is supporting their partners for free, and it's divided into 3 categories. These 3 categories are based into foundation, advanced, and master. And again, going back into the tiering of the partners, as I said, there is part of commitments to the partner to get upgraded. It's not only about money, but it's also about technical qualifications. So to upgrade, you don't only want to achieve the numbers, you also want to achieve technical requirements. So here we started our Trend Campus on 3 levels, as I told you. Foundation level, which is very basic and it's self-learned. The advanced, which is deep technical and it's course per course. And then we will go the highest level, which is the master certificates. So these are the enhancement or the enablements we do to our partners. And again, as I'm stating, these are free courses we run regularly, regularly with a professional trainer from Trend Micro. It's in Trend Micro premises, not as a third party, so to enable our partners and to enhance their technical capabilities. As a third part, okay, Trend Micro is investing with their partners. So we're supporting with NFRs, the non-for-sale packages. So we have 4 kits, and I will be moving more into details in these kits to show you who is eligible to these kits. So we have a welcome kit, we have a business builder kit, we have a business pro kit, and we have a business max kit. So here also you will see the benefit of upgrading your tier and who is eligible for these NFR packages. So as a welcome kit from Trend Micro, you can take whatever your level is. You can see, for example, the initial price is, if you want to go and buy it directly, it's $3,500 as an investment from Trend Micro to their channel. We provide it as free. So the welcome kit and business builders, these 2 kits are provided for free. For the platinum and gold and silver, the business builder is for free. For the bronze, it's not for free. So there's a benefit. Here is the first benefit of being a silver, gold, and a platinum partner. You will take the business builder for free. These packages are to support partners to test in front of their customers, to show the demo, to generate more business, and to empower them in front of their customers. The other 2 business kits, as you see, are only eligible for silver, gold, and platinum partners and distributors. And you can see the initial price of these kits if you want to go and place the order directly. And you will see that, for example, the business maximum kit, it's $570,000 if you want to purchase it. If a customer is purchasing this is the amount. While as a huge discount and investment from Trend Micro to their channel partners, we are giving them $25,000 only, so that as a part of investment from Trend Micro. And here you can see, now you can see the partner portal. You can see a shot from the partner portal where you can manage anything. A partner can handle and manage anything from NFR licenses, from the deregistrations, from the library, from the technical support tickets, from the trainings. So it's a centralized management portal that will give the visibility for partners on all the previous points I already mentioned. So now we finished the standard channel Trend Micro program. I'm happy to introduce from this event with Westcom our new model or our new launch in the MENA region. So after the huge success in different regions with handling Trend Micro, such in Asia, in UAE, in EU and USA, today MENA is introducing the MSP model. The MSP model which supports the partners and give the leverage, a leverage to our partners to sell more and easily to their customers. What is the MSP model? The MSP model gives you a lot of things. First of all, Trend Micro is supporting 24/7, and it's giving their SMB enterprise business the leverage of having advanced technologies, the XDR. Today we are all hearing about the XDR. With the MSP, you can have the XDR, not only huge enterprises, but it's also eligible to the SMB. So as an SMB can invest minimal, and they can have 24/7 protection, which is monitored directly from Trend Micro. Being in the MSP model, you will be dealing with an MSP specialist. There is BDMs specialized for MSP. So you will be dealing directly with one of our employees that is handling the MSP profiles. You will also be having the benefit. We will support you in the sales and marketing, and I will talk more into details how we will support in sales and marketing. You will be having a technical support, directly Trend Micro top level technical support. You will be as a Trend Micro partner, you will be going under training and certificates. And on top of this, we have the PSA and RMM integration. So you will be having your system. Whoever is familiar with this model will understand what is the PSA and RMM integration and the importance of this. So we will be integrating with the ticketing system. So as if you're having a puzzle part and embedding it in your system. So going back to the MSP program benefits, as I mentioned previously, you will be dealing with MSP specialists. We have 3 dedicated MSP specialists covering the MSP portfolio based in different regions. One is based in Saudi, one is based in UAE, and one is based in NAL region. Saudi is covering only Saudi, UAE is covering the full GCC countries, and NAL region is covering Egypt and Levant and North Africa countries. The team only works with MSP. He will work with you head to head. He will support you with the onboarding, the accounts, and any technical support you will be requiring. How we can support you in sales and marketing? We have a lot of initiatives to support you that you can work with us. So We have security experts, we have sales experts. We can support you with MDFs, which is the marketing development funds. So we support you to market this thing to your customers. We give you funding. We can do co-funding, share funding, a lot of things. We do campaigns together. We do events together. We do promotions. Anything that supports this sale, we are here to support. And on top of this, we can edit and modify the contents based on your logo, on your company logo. So whenever you sell the MSP, there's no Trend Micro logo. It's the logo as if the portal is under your name, your company name, and no one has an access to your customers except you. From a technical support, we have also technical specialty people who's handling the technical support for MSP. This is one as a people too from system. You will be having daily monitoring, daily alerts, daily cases monitoring. You will always be enhanced and enhanced on the products, trainings. You will be having a back-end advisory, whatever questions you will be having. Trend Micro technical team is there to support. And from part of the enhancement, we are here as part of the programs I mentioned previously. You are eligible for training and certificates. We have a lot of trainings. We will onboard you properly. We will give you the exams, the materials, and at the end of the day, you will be certified from Trend Micro directly. So in conclusion, in MSP, we will be moving hand by hand with you, step by step, from sales to technical to marketing to special people on ground to training and certificates. So what's the real value of customers? What is the real value of the MSP to the business? So as I told you, you are taking the advanced protection, which is the XDR 24/7. This will give you early detection, early response, 24/7 protection. You can upsell and cross-sell easily with such model. And this will help you to scale more, especially on the SMB level, SMB and SMEs, small and medium enterprises, and who doesn't care about the cost. The most important factor is that it's pay as you go. It's a monthly pay. It's not one shot. It's not yearly. You can subscribe with your customer can subscribe with you as for 1 month, and he can then stop his subscription. So it's a pay as you go. It's a consumption. Today you have 50 licenses. Tomorrow you have 40. You decrease. You have 60. You increase your number of licenses. It's very flexible. This gives you, with any economical situation, a support to you and to your customers. And finally, I would like to share with you, please, you can ask me anytime about our phishing awareness service. It's a campaign. It's a free campaign. We're giving it to our partners and the channel to show it to their customer, to add a value. We're empowering also our partners with free tools, with the free assessment tools. This is one of the awareness tools that we're empowering our partners with. So Trend Micro is the heart of Trend Micro is based on the contribution of the channel. So whatever it takes to support our channel, Trend Micro is pushing and enabling and enhancing the channel community so that we drive the success together, we grow together, and we reach the peak together. This is all to me. This is all for me. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much for your time. And I would like to ask you to take the quiz by the end of this session. They will be not more than 7 questions. And thank you very much again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mohammed. Most of you would agree that even prior to the pandemic, technology had become an increasingly important part of the workforce. Businesses were looking at technology as a helpful means of engaging with customers, allowing some greater workplace flexibility, and for a way to introduce automation in order to speed up processes. However, the spread of the novel coronavirus and the shutdown of in-person meetings for non-essential businesses accelerated these adoptions immensely. It forced companies to look into creative digital solutions so that their organizations could continue to function remotely and continue to serve their client base.
This shift towards digital operation took both a customer-facing and behind-the-scene role within many organizations. The lack of ability to gather in groups required many professional organizations and schools to find new ways for people to communicate, collaborate, and complete their work or school projects while working remotely from one another. At the same time, customers have expressed their interest in receiving services with little to no contact with people, calling for remote or at least contact-limited operations from a customer-facing direction as well. Together, this helped to drive a digital transformation that has impacted businesses across industries.
Exploring how these changes have impacted the businesses can help people better understand how organizations can embrace their digital transformation and what parts of these changes will likely be here to last. To talk about some of the key changes we have seen in the business world and explore what is next for digital transformation post-COVID-19, we are joined by Kapil Mata, who is an industry expert, a cybersecurity evangelist, and a member of several key industry bodies. Kapil has more than a decade's experience in consumer banking and risk management, consultancy, spread across business management, sales and distribution, project management, risk, operations, and service delivery. He has assisted several major clients in their digital transformation journeys by doing risk assessments and recommending implementable solutions for future scalability and industry benchmarking. Hi, Kapil. Welcome to Imagine Middle East.
Thanks, Mark and Tushar. And today I'm going to speak about what's next for the digital transformation. As we look at digital transformation, specifically 2020 has been a year of great challenges, where we looked at COVID pandemic and the way it actually changed the way the organizations do work. Right? We embraced 2020 with a new hope and new beginning, but what it actually meant was a lot different in terms of how we would probably look at working in silos or probably working from our homes. Businesses, as I said, were reduced in terms of limited in terms of their operations. And there was a lot of focus in terms of how do we get out and make sure that the customers are still happy, they are being looked after, businesses are run in the right manner. And this is where the whole need in terms of the digital transformation actually took place. It was there. I wouldn't say that it wasn't there, but it was at a very different pace. The pace that businesses had to actually look at embracing this technology was far immense and was not even thought over. We had the same pandemic kind of a flu, the Spanish flu, but that was almost 100 years back. And that was an era of industrialization. This is an era where we had a lot of use of internet and globalization, and there's a lot of interdependence on technology. So while we speak ahead, I would like to let you know, take you across different facets in terms of where we are focusing on digital technology. Now, the first one I would like to focus upon is what businesses did was in terms of a greater investment and prioritization in terms of technology. Businesses, as I said, were forced to acknowledge introduction of technology in their working systems, in their environment. So so they had to take that digital transformation route. And different organizations across industries had to adopt significantly differently. Right? Manufacturing organization would have taken this transformation in a very different manner than as compared to a banking or financial institution, which were way ahead of the curve. What we actually found in the report done by McKinsey is that most organizations adopted to the digital change 20 to 25% or times faster than they would have expected. And specifically in the area of remote working, that was a key area, because for any organization, employees were the key to deliver success for their customers. And brands were able to create a workable solution to allow employees to work from their home. Businesses were also, forced to look at adaptation of this technology. And if you honestly ask me, prior to the pandemic, half or more than half of the organizations or businesses would have, thought lack of prioritization was the leading reason why digital technology or transformation and its capabilities were not adopted. But post-COVID, it changed drastically, right? Organizations were really forced to take this drastic steps in terms of changing to the digital technology transformation, and that being the top priority and at lightning speed. The other facet that I would like to focus here more is in terms of how businesses started paying more attention to employees and customers' experiences in terms of technology. So when the COVID hit, it was not only the pandemic hit. It was not only attention in terms of customer experiences or how would you adapt to their needs, but also was a lot of focus was paid in terms of attending to employee satisfaction, because it was an all new different facet in terms of the way employees were working from their home, and employees during this shutdown or were forced to think carefully in terms of, are they really going to be satisfied in terms of working from their home? Are they going to be good enough or capable enough, to adopt these technological changes that we actually see in terms of either it's a collaboration tool or the mailing tools, or like say time attendance, or connecting remotely to their workplaces, etc., or attending customer meetings, etc. So it was a lot of different change that we actually looked at, and employees were also, their satisfaction working from their work environment, which was now their home, and was also a very, very important facet for any organization to focus upon. And similarly, brands were also very forced to pay attention also in terms of how do you engage with your customers digitally, because now customers were doing a very high percentage in terms of interaction with their brands, with these brands digitally, or businesses, you are basically prioritizing and ensuring that these customers have a great customer experience in terms of journey, in terms of ease of use, in terms of converting and engaging and transforming their digital journey as well. So this was another facet that we would probably see, that brands were looking and paying attention not only to their employees but also to their customers. So both, it was basically a parallel thought which brands had to adopt or organizations had to adopt. And thirdly, I would say the very important one was there was a lot of spring cleaning of technologies to streamline investments for organizations. What I mean to say here by spring cleaning is, as I said, with the pandemic, the amount of uptake of technology in terms of digital transformation was immense. Which only meant to say that there were organizations who were doing a lot of work in as far as digital transformation was concerned, but they were always in bits and pieces or different silos. So here was a place where organizations had to really focus more in terms of how do we look at prioritizing our investments and bring about one single dashboard, bringing about collaboration tools that can handle multiple things, whether it is not only remote access, whether it is not only collaboration tools or communication tools, but also time and attendance and a couple of things, right? So they wanted and also the customer journeys, right? And also engaging with their customers, getting insights about the customers. So they had to now invest. Organization had to invest in technologies which are foolproof, which are scalable, and which can also be used for the future as well. So this is very, very important. And at the same time, this also gave brands to also look at, what are the gaps in terms of the services and they actually can work upon. And so these were key areas where, organizations or brands were looking in terms of not only sprinkling the technology, but also investing in the right stack of technologies for the future. Fourth, I would say there was, while technologies were, while organizations were looking at technologies, there was also the need of the hour was also an increase or an uptake in terms of automation to improve the customer experiences and build a contactless service. Sorry. As you try and understand, customers have increasingly called for contactless services, be the like of home delivery of services or groceries, etc., or something else. Brands have experienced a tremendous push towards the automation side, where they had to enhance their ability to create their experiences for customers. And while they were embracing digital technology or transformation, automation holds a very, very crucial aspect in terms of how the future of digital technology will actually take place. So the focus was more in terms of reducing the time of delivery, B, in terms of the expectations of customer and increasing that in many folds, and C, also to ensure that with one single pane of glass, can we actually integrate, let's say, the back end and the front end and the customer journeys and the internal processes, so that it's a seamless service for the end user. So hence the reason I would say that automation would be one technology that we would probably look at focusing upon, or many brands or many organizations keep focusing upon in the next coming couple of years. And this trend will only become more and more prevalent in not only the early advantage movers or early movers, let's say the banking and financials or the BFSI segment always has been, the early adopters to these kind of automation technologies, but also to manufacturing and retail. It was also forced upon that. Again, moving from here, I would say the fifth point I would like to focus upon is in terms of, while this pandemic was there, we also looked at not only automation or not only our technology stack, but we also, organizations were also forced to look at viewing technologies as means of innovation and also to thrive in this kind of environment. What I really mean here is, prior to pandemic, many businesses used to view technology as an enabler or probably to save money or reduce unnecessary spending, which is correct. I'm not denying it, and it's still one typical tool that we also look at that. It has been a support function, but also what we really look now in terms of technology is also to look at the rich amount of data. So when we actually embrace this digital journey, we also had a lot of data that was coming through in terms of our customer experiences, in terms of their journeys, in terms of what their likes were, what their behaviors are, what they want to do, what they dislike, and how do they respond, whether they are impulsive or they actually think over things. So a lot of data pool was there. This enabled this technology stack also enabled us to look, bifurcate, dissect, look at data and innovate further and give more to our customers, engage more with our customers, and thrive with innovation as well. So this is what I would say, that viewing technology as means of innovation and to thrive during these times as well. I know times have been really bad, but what we have seen, organizations who actually thrived in this environment were the ones which were leaders in technology, or probably adapting technology at a massive pace. Lastly, I would say the sixth point I would probably say here is there was also, while we were doing all of this, there was a great need in terms of investments in cybersecurity to ensure data privacy, to ensure data security of customers. While customers were, engaging in a digital manner in terms of, putting out their personal information and transacting through the credit cards or the debit cards, etc. It was very, very crucial for organizations to build a great cybersecurity pillar apart from the innovation and technology pillar which they already had or which they were already building up. And as I said, cybersecurity is very, very critical. What we have seen in the past, that while we are engaging in many technology, while we're engaging in different technologies and really taking up technology to a different level, there is a very imminent need of cybersecurity because the cyber fraud and the cybercrime market, as we always know, that has increased manifold. And while we also see that, during this pandemic also, we have seen almost an uptick of 200 to 250% increase in terms of the hacking attempts or, the cybercrime incidents that have taken place. And businesses have also lost a lot of money, whether it is related to any kind of frauds or something or the other. So businesses have also lost a lot of money, and hence there's also a good need in terms of ensuring that you have a robust cyber security and a resilient structure in place. Finally, I would just say that what we are really now looking at is the pandemic that has changed the world's digital transformation, and what after pandemic. So while we speak, as world looks forward towards hopefully getting through with this pandemic and getting over with it, and probably embracing a different work-life balance, I would still say that digital transformation would be still the need of the hour. And while we focus upon digital transformation, I would still say that apart from the digital transformation, I would say organizations who are doing better or probably are much ahead or maybe mature towards the digital transformation journey would have to again learn, relearn, and rebuild, because the way we are dealing with our customers today would probably change in a very short course of time, maybe 2 years or 3 years down the line as well. So so the digital technology space keeps changing dramatically, and also what we need to do is we need to change within the digital transformation journey as well. And to embrace that, I would say that finally, I would say the way forward for us, or what lies next, is in terms of the future growth areas of technology, whether it's for small businesses or whether it's the 5G that we always talk about these days, or cybersecurity, or cloud computing, or cloud communication, or communication platforms, automation platforms, or collaboration platforms. I think so. These are the points that we have highlighted would be the key moving forward. In terms of the technology stack, where organizations, whether big or small, need to really rely on doing an uptake on most of them, on most of these technologies, I mean to say. I hope you found this session very insightful and hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so much for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Kapil, for that very insightful session. Before we invite our next vendor, we would like to talk a bit about Westcon Comstore's support services, which are critical to customer success and building lasting business relationships. Our extensive and flexible support services manage IT infrastructure with virtual support, remote monitoring, and on-site engineering that are based on your business needs and technical requirements. Here's a short video to provide you more details regarding Westcon Comstore's support services.
IT never stops, so your technical support shouldn't either. We provide the support services you need the most, not just to manage your IT, but to grow your business. With 10 support centers across the globe, we are always available to provide the right solution 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Either by phone, web, or email, we provide Level 1 and Level 2 vendor certified support to customers in 9 different languages. Over 130 dedicated, specialized, and vendor certified engineers can support, identify, and manage any incident with optional service and device monitoring capabilities, ideal for multi-technology, multi-vendor solutions. As an extension to embedded vendor support, our help desk support provides flexible, hour-based remote support for pre-sales, configuration assistance, solution design, change management, or other technical services the customer needs. Thanks to our service delivery platform based on our Sigma and SAMA applications, our engineers, partners, and end users use the same streamlined process for incident management using a common interface. Westcon Comstore Support Service helps you save the time and money of developing your own support desk. Save the trouble of opening, updating, and checking tickets on a daily basis for every vendor. Save resources by focusing on more productive and business-oriented tasks. Tailored support to develop, grow, and strengthen your business with Westcon Comstore.
Our next presenting vendor is all about providing solutions that help people hear, see, work, and collaborate together more easily in today's increasingly digital world. Along with their presentation, you will also be witnessing a live demo of their Experience Centre. Keznia, please reveal the name of our next presenting vendor.
Hi everyone, I am Nicky van der Perk from Poly, working as a sales engineer here in EMEA. It's really a pleasure to join you for Imagine a Middle East event. So today I will be covering Poly and how we can help guide you and your customers through the world of unified communication collaboration, but also the planning for hybrid working, which is a critical thing right now. So as you know, Poly is the combination between two tech giants, which is Polycom and Plantronics, both really leading the way in innovation in audio, video, and the full unified and communication and collaboration workspace. And since 1961, when Plantronics was born, that was born due to two pilots who have been seeing the requirement for efficient and professional communication as well in the airplanes, but also in the control towers. Polycom has been founded in 1990, where it's really started with the iconic SoundStation conference phones and really kept innovating in professional audio, video, but also content collaboration. So back in 2018, Plantronics purchased Polycom, and early 2019, Poly was born out of that. So now we are together as Poly. So we create premium audio and video products, so both you and your users can have your best meeting anywhere, anytime, and every time. So our headsets are video and audio conferencing products, and also our desk phones, analytics software, and also professional services. They are beautifully designed and engineered to connect people with amazing clarity. The solutions, they are pro-grade, easy to use, and they work seamlessly with all of the best video and audio conferencing services out there. And of course, some of the solutions, they have seen an acceleration when COVID hit the world. We have seen the market demand changing, and it provided us with the opportunity of showing what we are made of and what we do best. So that's leading the way and help transition companies to make them work smarter. Really using the technology without actually having to think about the technology. And when you use this, we make you don't just show up at your meeting, but really stand out and crush every meeting. So always good to look at some of the numbers, right? So it is one giant leap for mankind. Those were the words Neil Armstrong said right away from the moon back in 1969. And he used the Plantronics headset to do that. So that's really critical communication, right? At Poly, we have about 4,000 plus Poly employees worldwide. And all of those employees have something to do with innovation, or they have something at heart with innovation. And you see that in the number of patents we have enforced today worldwide, back in February, actually, this year. So we have got 1,878 patents and counting there, right? So that really says something about the innovation we are doing, and we have done, but also keep doing. And you will see that later on. We will talk about all of the good things which we do in audio solutions, where it's really getting annoying noises from the meeting room or your personal workspace and not bringing them to the remote participants. But also on the video side, we are continuously innovating in the production rules we are using in our different systems, whether it's a personal use or group usage. but also the number of ecosystems. So we've got 30 plus cloud ecosystems which we who rely on Poly products. That really says something, right? So of course we work with the biggest one, with Microsoft Teams and Zoom, which you see have been exploding into the numbers last year when COVID hit the world, and people demanding those numbers in there. Those meeting platforms in there. Of course, we work with those, but we also work with smaller ones, and we try to. That's in our DNA. We try to work with all of the providers which are on there. So we actually have got quite a lot of products in the Smithsonian Institution there, but yeah, that's also really seeing that innovation, right? So if your product gets into the Smithsonian Museum, then you're doing something really well. We've got an annual revenue of 1.7 billion, and it's also a very good state to have is that we have got 100% of the Fortune 500 companies. They rely on Poly products and services, right? So what is our value proposition, right? So work is not a place anymore. It's what you do, and we really focus on that one. It doesn't matter where you're working. If I'm working from home right now, if I'm working from the office, it's the key thing that we want to enhance the collaboration experience of a user. Using the device I'm using right now, the headset I'm using right now, or if I want to get into a meeting room and be heard and be seen clearly without having to think about the technology, we want to make sure everybody gets included in the conversation. We don't exclude anybody, right? The continuous innovation, I've touched on that earlier, and that's a critical thing for us. We try to innovate using our current portfolio and doing software updates, but also obviously getting new products in there which serve a different needs. Like I said, when COVID hit the world, we accelerated some of those personal products because we are seeing the market demanding those personal products to have those critical communication as clear as possible. So we are innovating continuously. So regarding turnaround and transformation, we have seen our senior leadership really strengthen the team with chief transformation, but also chief supply chain officers, especially with all of the chip shortages, which are due because everybody fighting around the same chips, right? We're using it in our products, in our headsets, but also the car manufacturers, the blow dryer, or whatever you can think of. They're using some kind of the same chipsets, right? So we want to make sure, and that's why we have that chief supply chain officer in there, the chief transformation officer, that we are ahead of the game, and we are staying ahead of the game to get our channel to the right position there. So the workplaces were a lot simpler back in the days, years and years back, and we have been doing so as Poly. We've doing work style research in the past to see what our customers actually need in unified communication collaboration, and the needs in there have continuously changed, and that's a dynamic approach, right? But we have been doing these kind of researches to see which kind of people need what kind of equipment and in what kind of workspace they are working, and we have been seeing that evolving. So especially last year when COVID hit the world, you saw a dramatic evolution of that. So suddenly the office wasn't the place where a lot of people work anymore, and a lot of people worked from the office and kept working from the office until they weren't allowed to go into the office, right? Due to either government regulations or to company regulations. So that evolving needs, and you see the people's needs, the technology needs, but also the spaces where people work. You see a continuously evolution in there. So in order to drive that successful hybrid work strategy into the future, the planning just for technology and spaces will not be sufficient, right? The planning for the people and taking into account the diverse work styles and behaviors in your company will ensure you can deliver the best experience in a hybrid work environment, and make sure that the investments that you make are actually going to deliver the value and the quality of experience the workforce of tomorrow demands. So in our desire to help our customers navigate this more complex and expanded world of work, Poly has invested in that global research to understand the way people work and how they've worked before COVID, the impact COVID had, and what they expect to work like, what the work looks like into the future. So from that research, we have identified key work styles that identify behaviors and requirements of employees. So these 6 work style personas are making up actually 92% of a typical enterprise environment. So you're thinking, might thinking, what about the 8%, right? So we have seen that latter 8%, those don't have really that critical communications in their portfolio, right? So they're doing one single task, maybe in a factory or warehouse, and they don't rely on communications that much. So we figure to exclude them from this one. But especially the people which you see here, the office communicator, the collaborator, the remote collaborator, we really see some differences in their needs, but also the place where they normally typically work, right? So you see the office communicator, the office collaborator typically work in an office scenario. And obviously the road warrior, but also the flexible worker and the remote collaborator, you see them shifting more to a flexible or remote workplace. The goal why I show this is to see that and to show that none of the people in a typical workforce is the same, right? So it would be nonsense if you provide everyone with the same kind of technology solutions. So I can wear this headset and it perfectly fits my my work style, but not all of the people like to have an over-the-head headset working with wireless devices right there. Some of them really need to work with a wired headset and with maybe a headset which is just a single ear solution or something. And some of them just require a desk phone because they can't use a headset or they don't want to use a headset, right? So none of those personas is alike. And these personas really help you to identify a nice portfolio for your end users in the end, because this really helps them to think about the adoption rate, how to adopt different kind of devices and also the different kind of platforms. Because we see the platforms where these personas fit into can be a Microsoft, the Zoom platform, 8x8, RingCentral, GoToRoom, but also the different kind of places what they need require different kinds of technologies. So if you identify personas at an end user, and you fit the right products to those end users and make them choose from the selected portfolio you provide, that is key for adoption. So then you really can adopt the platform which you're using, because the platform, Microsoft, Zoom, is only as good as your communication device lets you do. If you're communicating with a really low quality web camera or conference room camera, or with a really low quality headset which picks up all of the outside noises, that is the beginning of the end of that platform for adoption rate, because people are not likely to use it anymore. And with this slide, I just really want to show you that full portfolio which we have, really from the headset side onto the conference room, the bigger conference room side, but also the layer on underneath. So the end-to-end management, but also the insights we can provide you. And backed up with Poly Global Services and the global network of our partners. So we can really provide that end-to-end solutions for every work style and every platform we have there. Coming back to those platforms again, we really work with the best. So we try to work with all of the platforms, at least which you can see here, but there are far more in there. We just have a selection right here. While Microsoft and Zoom are the biggest alliances for us right now, and that's due to the market needs, right? We have got a neutral approach to the market. We like to see our award-winning products fit into with the most partners, which you see right on the slide here. So I won't go into deep dive onto the solutions right here. I've got Patrick Bonar in our Experience Center in London lined up to show you all of that, the good stuff of the solutions. But I want to take some of the highlights in here. So you can collaborate with confidence when you're using Poly products, including Microsoft Teams, with that complete section, that end-to-end portfolio again, from that speakerphone, the personal speakerphone, to the headsets, but also desk phones, conference phones, the USB cameras you can attach to either your personal laptop, but of course also to your conference rooms, your bring your own device scenario, and also your complete room systems, right? And with Microsoft Teams, you also have that availability, and we really try to help you with a video interop to help you transition from one point to another point. And we use RealConnect, Poly RealConnect solution in there to help you guide from that traditional video conferencing scenario to, in the end, get the native Teams endpoints. All of this being backed up with management platform, so Poly Lens management. We complement the Teams management side in there, and we can do different things from a product level that Teams Admin Center, for example, can't do. But it's really an addition to, not a replacement of. And we have got a full set of professional services dedicated to Microsoft Teams. So, of course, our integration of our solutions and the onboarding of our services, but also completely managed services from Microsoft Teams and a lot more, which you can reach out to us if you need them. And actually, the picture which I showed just earlier, it's actually quite the same for Zoom, right? You can have that complete end-to-end portfolio with Poly products and the Zoom platform from your personal devices and from your personal workspace. We have got those devices certified for Zoom personal workspace, but also Zoom Phone, and also for Zoom Rooms. We have got that full portfolio there. So in here you see those headsets, you see a different kind of desk phones, but also the other desk phones, the CCX phones, they are certified by Zoom, and it's coming up for a lot more on the Zoom part there. We have got conference phones, the Sync series, of course, which are certified by Zoom. And especially those room systems, they run that native Zoom Room interface, which really enables an end user to identify himself with what he sees in the room. They can actually control it with their mobile phone. So if you would use your mobile phone getting into your office and you getting into the room, you can actually use the complete room system from your personal phone, which obviously people getting back to the office again, they are very, hygiene sensitive. So if you can use a personal device for controlling the room scenario, that's a really good thing from a security perspective, right? Also, again, that video interop. Zoom has got it themselves. They've got a Cloud Room Connector in their platform built in, but we have got those traditional platforms which can get into which are older devices like the Poly Trio series or the Group series, and which do not support the native Zoom Room systems. So when people bought them in the earlier days, back a few years ago, and they want to keep those for their investment because they haven't financially written them off, right? You can still use them and have that transition plan to a native Zoom Room there. Also, again, the Poly Lens platform, we have backed it up, and we provide an addition to the Zoom device management with the Poly Lens portfolio. And seeing that widest product portfolio, I touched on it earlier, but we see those products fit into a lot of the traditional enterprises, and where you see the open offices, but also the people which work in sort of a cubicles need maybe the desk phones, the smaller meeting rooms which only provide audio conferencing. We have that. The personal meeting space, for example, the CEO, he's got his executive office. You want to have a dedicated meeting room equipment. We've got that. The medium rooms which require maybe a solution with just a smaller camera, but which fits a large field of view because people sitting really close to the monitor. We've got that covered. And for your complete large rooms with maybe a double camera solution, which we will going to show in the experience, we have got it covered for your larger rooms, maybe your classroom setups, or even an auditorium if you want to go that far. We have got it covered. And then, of course, the remote and the home workspaces. So the remote office can be anything like a coffee bar, maybe a lunch room where you want to sit to do your work temporarily, or you've got a dedicated home office. We have got it covered with our complete series of Poly Studio P series, but also our complete headset portfolio. And as said earlier, we have got it fully covered with our Poly Global Services. So we've got a really large section of professional services which help with consulting, designing solutions, deployment, but also the adoption of those services. Of course, the customer support, this is a critical thing. When you buy products, you want to make sure they are working and they keep working. And if you have got issues, we have got different kind of service levels which provide you with 24/7 services around the globe, for example. But also, if you have the right service there, you can have a dedicated elite support account manager, which gets back to you when you're actively working on your solutions and the proactive software or hardware support, right? So we got you backed up with that. And then also managed services. So we've got 2 sections actually in there. We have done a lot of remote monitoring and management by ourselves. So our support team did that. So proactive call management, software management and hardware management. But we actually have a new remote monitoring service, which makes sure that you as a partner can actually enhance your own support level offering to the end user based on a white labeled service where you can control all of kinds of different meeting room network equipped devices. Really compelling offering for your own support offering to the customer. So that is really the combined power of Poly, right? We've got the devices, we got the management and insights, but we also got the Poly services, and together that is the customer value, which is going to be the plus, right? We want to make sure that you are fit with our solutions, with our management, with our services to provide the compelling customer value and to make sure that your end user wants to have the best experience there. And it's, of course, we are saying this, right? But we also get the awards, and I just figured to state just one slide of the awards. Because we have got a lot of award-winning products, but also persons like the Women in the Channel awards, which we actually won last year. We won the finalist, but also the P series of products, which we just launched in February this year, already got a few awards, like the IF Design Awards. We've got multiple awards in there, and it's really good to see the commitment not only coming from us and the passion we provide, but also from the market itself. So all of those research companies, they see us as one of the leaders in there. And not only them, but also the world stage, right? We have seen these scenarios a lot during the last year. So all kinds of prime ministers, presidents from different kind of companies or countries, I must say, using the Poly technology. You see them on prime time a lot the last year, doing those conference calls because they can't come together anymore because travel is just restricted. And so we got quite a lot of news flash around the world, in every kind of world. These are just a small selection in there. And not only the government institutions, but also the space, right? So here we are in the NASA's mission control for the Mars Perseverance landing. It's really cool to see, and we have seen it in other NASA control centers the last couple of months, where you see everybody in that critical communication center wearing a Poly headset and relying on that mission control for the communications done by Poly in there. Really good to see there. With that, I want to thank you for the time in here, and I will hand it over to Patrick, live demo at the Poly Experience Center.
Thank you very much indeed, Nikki, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. And I'd like to introduce myself as Patrick Bonner. I'm the Experience and Demonstration Theatre Lead for Poly, and I'm in our Experience Centre here in the heart of London in the Gherkin. It's a pleasure to join you for the Imagine Middle East event today. And I'm going to talk you through and take you on a journey of some of the Poly products and solutions today. To start off with, we've all had to change our work ethos recently around hybrid working. In fact, I'm talking to you on my laptop right now, and you're probably realising that the camera quality, the audio isn't very, very good. This is what a lot of us have been experiencing recently, and have been over many years. Predominantly this is because we're using a laptop. A laptop is designed to work when we're doing things like emails, accessing web, but they're not always very good at things like joining video calls using a camera. Even audio might be great at playing music now and again, but the microphones normally aren't very good. The reason for that is simple. The laptop, for example, has got a bi-directional microphone which is actually picking up all the audio around you, say in an office environment. It's picking up the AC. Positioning that camera or that's built into your laptop is another challenge in itself, to the point that even you can see around me, you can see the lights and the glare that's kind of coming around there. It's very, very distracting. What happens if the office, or let's just say, for example, I'm back in an environment of, say, working and I'm traveling again? How's that going to sound like? Say if I was in an airport. some noise being played here. I'm using our sync. Very, very distracting. How do I cancel that out? There's an easy way for that. And I'm going to show you this now in real time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change all audio and my microphones. Straight away over, I'm actually using now what's called the Poly Voyager Sync. I've still got the audio playing here, but you can't hear this anymore. I've actually cancelled it out. And that's by using the Voyager Focus 2. And I've got one here which I can actually bring to you and show you. I'm wearing one now, but put this on, it's comfortable, it's very lightweight, easy to use, connected using Bluetooth, those capabilities around there. And you can actually clearly hear me now. So we've completely included and upgraded that audio experience. I'm no longer using that microphone that's in the computer. I'm using a directional microphone. Now, how can we make me a little bit better looking? Well, there's a way of advantage of doing that. I can change the camera technology. So currently I'm actually using the camera that's embedded in my computer here. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to swap over to another camera. And I'm flicking over now. I'm actually using one of these things. This is called the Poly P5. And I can actually use this camera and position it correctly on my computer. Again, you can see straight away, it's focusing into me. I'm able to use that. It's actually also got a built-in microphone, so I didn't technically have to use a headset if I wanted to. But the crucial thing here is you can see me much more sharper, and little things like that can enhance those capabilities of that experience. And that's the crucial thing here, is how do you make you be better and work in this? And using the technology is kind of crucial to that. So these are two pieces of technologies that I could be using from an agile hybrid experience. Say if I'm traveling, whether I'm working from home or I'm in the office or even in that airport, which I was using that noise from beforehand. And we can utilize those sort of capabilities around them. But what happens if I wanted a more static environment and capabilities? I'm going to move to that now, and I'm going to use another one of our Poly innovations, which we've recently launched. Now what I've moved to is the Poly P15, one collaboration bar which you can plug into your computer. I'm actually using this straight away. You can see straight away the sharpness. I'm not having to use any headphones up until there. There's 3 microphones built in here that's actually cancelling out some of the noises. I've actually got something turned off at the moment, so you can probably hear some noises, but it's a sharper focus. I plug this into my computer and away I go. And I'm straight away able to collaborate regardless of the ecosystem. So all these devices we've been looking at, they are supported and utilized in multiple ecosystems, certified in that Microsoft Teams world and in that Zoom world, for example. But there's simple ways around that. And that's the crucial thing here, is how do we enhance those capabilities? I'm going to do a bit of background noise. Now, normally when we're doing our demonstrations, we use different things and technologies. And the simplest way for me to kind of showcase to you is by showcasing a little demonstration of something we've got embedded into a number of our Poly solutions, which is called Noise Block. I'm going to take a packet of popcorn right here now. Very irritating and noisy. Now what I'm actually going to do is turn on something called Noise Block. And the moment I turn that on, I'm going to do the same demonstration. What you're going to see is the Poly technology is going to try and bring out some of those noises and those things like that, to the point that even when I stop talking, it's going to close that microphone completely down. If I take the button right now, and then if I go completely quiet, we can cancel out those background noises. This goes back to what Nikki was talking about a moment ago around some of those patents and things like that we've got, and there's a few examples of it. Now, the device I'm using right now is a P15. It's also got some camera tracking technology into it. It's designed as a personal device, to be fair. But the crucial thing is, let's just say someone was to come and join me. What will actually happen in a moment is the camera should realize into me as an individual. It also has something else built into it, another piece of technology is embedded into a number of our Poly solutions, which is called Acoustic Fence, which can actually block out background noises, ideal for working from home or working around or even in an open office. And this is where I'm going to show you this. I'm actually going to wheel my chair a little bit further over to the point that you shouldn't be able to hear me anymore. So you should, while I'm talking, you shouldn't back into it. I can do that. So we can control the audio and elements around you and those perspectives of that. And that's one of the crucial things with some of these Poly solutions and capabilities. Now, we've talked about some of the personal devices here. We've shown you the P5 and how that enhances it. Things like the Voyager Focus 2, the P15. We even used in the demonstration our sync here.
Battery high. PC connected.
I can use this as an audio device, and there's a host of them in the range. What we're actually going to do now is we're going to kind of look at some of the other elements that's available in our Poly experience. And we're going to have a look at some of our more static video conferencing systems, which is our X series. And while I'm doing that, and while I transition to another room, I'm going to bring Nikki back into the call to highlight some more key things into this conversation. Nikki, do you want to come back and speak to the team here, please?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for that first section of the tour, and I hope everybody can see the value we bring. We actually bring those from the higher end solutions, and we developed and innovated from the higher end solutions. For example, the noise block technology. We have been doing noise block technology for years and years now, and we have innovated that with the noise block AI features. Acoustic fans is another great example, which we've been doing for years in our larger conference rooms using multiple microphones. We actually got that into those collaboration bars like Patrick showed in the Studio P15. But we also got that, of course, from the personal products, but also in our higher range, which is the Studio X series, which Patrick is going to walk right now. And the fact that I've said about those patents, and we currently continuously innovating in that audio and video section, is we're also innovating in the video production rules. So the really smooth production-like quality when people move inside the video frame, or when people talk differently. So one person talks now, second person talks. You don't want somebody to press that remote control and switch from the camera position 1 to camera preset 2. It's all about the technology doing that for you, because when you're in your high importance CEO meetings, right? You don't want to make somebody press a remote control to get somebody in the frame. You want the most important people to speak and to be in frame and to show them up as the remote participants. So Patrick, I think we got you now, right, with the Studio X here.
Yes. So what I've come back to is I've come into one of our meeting rooms here, and I'm kind of showcasing some things here. This is a Studio X30 that I've got above me here right now. This is such a fantastic all-in-one collaboration. But actually, I've got one here. It's about the same size as that P15 I was showing you a moment ago. And you can see here, I'm putting it on a stand here. The idea of this, I can have this connected to a device, connected to my screen. I walk in and join into my call. It generally is that simple. It's an all-in-one device. How do you control it? You could actually use a touchscreen. If you've got the device, in this case, we've got our one here sitting in that native Teams environment. I could actually walk up my smartphone and connect to it and start the call without physically touching anything. In that ideal, in that COVID world we've got here now. And it's as simple as that. If I want to use the touch control, I've got one here. This thing's called the TC8, and I can connect to it. It's connected over PoE. All that you need is the screen, HDMI, the capabilities of power and network, and you're in your Teams call. Very simple. So that's the ideal thing with it. Now, Nikki in his presentation has been talking about a number of different elements around this, but the crucial thing is, from our perspective in Poly, we absolutely adore Microsoft Teams, but then again, there is times now and again that you may need to use other ecosystems. Again, we can support that. And what I'm just going to do here, just wheel the cart around. I've got another 30 here. This one's actually in that Zoom environment. I could actually have the system set up if I'm collaborating in that Zoom world. And that's the crucial thing. We can actually do things around that. And that's what makes things so much easier and more agile. Just going to move the screen once more. What I've got down the end here is actually an X50, so the larger of the two. The X50 is designed to be actually used with a dual screen or a single screen, which I've got behind me. This one's actually running in what's called PolyOS mode, so I can get into a host of different ecosystems. But the crucial thing with these devices, they can be switched depending on the ecosystem that you need to use in your environment. And that's the crucial thing. If you're a Microsoft Teams shop, use it in Microsoft Teams. Zoom, use it in Teams, Zoom. And we've got a host of different ones around that in that perspective. So we're kind of just looking at some of the capabilities around there. And these are devices which you just literally send an invitation to on a meeting, and you just simply come up and you join into the call. It's as simple as that, and you can collaborate. That noise block and that acoustic fence is embedded into the stuff. Camera tracking is also embedded into the stuff. So it makes it simpler and easier to use. So what we're going to go now is I'm going to move on to my mobile, and I'm going to kind of show you some of our other conference phones, and we've got the capabilities of some of our phones in this environment. So I'm going to bring Nikki back onto the stage here while I just transition over to that.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So yeah, I hope you can see that we've shown now the personal solutions, right? From the headsets, the personal speakerphones, the cameras for your personal use. Also showing the small and medium room sized devices, right? With Studio X30 and Studio X50. Now we're getting into the phone scenario, so either conference phones or the desk phones, which is still a critical thing for a lot of companies, because you have got that computing power not on your laptop anymore, but you've got that for your critical communications. You want to make sure it's always running, and you've got a separate device for that, which is the desk phone. And desk phones are not dead, right? So they are still serving a good purpose of being always able to communicate in those critical communications at your desk, or maybe in a factory even, right? Or in a warehouse. You want to make sure you're being heard there. And as I said during my presentations, for every different kind of work style or persona in an enterprise, we have got those solutions ready for you. No matter what kind of ecosystem you have, no matter what kind of worker you are, if you're a remote worker, a road warrior, or you're an office collaborator, we have got the perfect solutions for you fit. All right, so I think Patrick is ready now with this setup with the desk phones and the conference phones, right? So let's get over to Patrick again.
Thanks very much indeed, Nikki, for those insights and useful information. So we're just going to look at some of the other Poly devices that I kind of wanted to showcase to you, which we've got on our Experience Center. So this is one of our phones that we've got here. So this is one of our CCX 600 phones that's actually running in this native Teams environment. As you can see here, it's so simple to use and capabilities around it. Again, it's got some of those audio innovations which we looked at, that acoustic fence technology and capabilities. We can actually use it with some of our fantastic headsets. In this case here, I've got one of our headsets here, which is our Office 5200, which actually got the Teams button that can actually initiate a call, and we can make things so much simpler. Continuing on that journey in that Teams world, how about a conference phone? Our C60, which we've got here, which carries over some of those audio innovations that we've been looking at here. And again, the capabilities of actually utilizing the capabilities for things like the C60 is you've got that capabilities for having two of them connected together, being able to join into call, even to a little proximity sensor. Very cool, very easy to do. Teams not your favor, not a problem at all. You can have the actual system set up into an OpenSIP platform, and that's the kind of crucial thing with these devices. We've recently launched some new decked handsets. I've got one here which I just wanted to kind of bring into play here. So this is our Rove. So this is a Rove 40. Now, one of the crucial things is this is the first handsets in the world that actually has microband technology built into it. What is it? It stops germs and elements and like that being onto it. Ideal in workspaces in that perspective. But these are on decked capabilities. So the crucial thing, why is that relevant? The distance that kind of comes into play to it. To the point that we've even got here is this is called the Rove 30. They connect using a little decked device. How tiny and small is that? Easily be able to put through and capabilities around that. And on our journey on our phone environment, again, I've got another one of my phones here, which is our CCX 500, again in a Teams world. In this case, we actually paired it with a Savvy headset. So the Savvy actually has that DECT technology embedded into it and the capabilities around there. And this is the kind of crucial thing here. We have solutions that can work into those environments. Now, we've looked at things in the Microsoft world and elements like that. These will also work in other ecosystems, and it gives you an agile and flexible capabilities around that. So we just touched on here briefly on these environments, but what I'm actually going to do now is kind of show you one of our Microsoft Room systems working. So I'm going to hand back to Nikki while I just move over to one of our rooms for that. Nikki, do you want to come back in and speak to the team?
Yeah, sure. And I'm really excited about also the Rove series, right? So you can now leverage the complete workspace with those devices. By the way, they are not Teams certified, and there are no plans to be Teams certified devices, but I think it's good if you're in an OpenSIP scenario and you want to leverage your desk phones and get all of your workers around there, get your desk phones, but also the factory workers or warehouse workers, want them to be able to be available all the time and to have that critical communications live all the time. You can have that with the Rove series, and they are for your purposely built for a multi-cell deployment with a lot of base stations available to cover the complete areas. So over to Patrick now again, right?
In fact, I'm actually standing in front of our Microsoft systems that we've got here. So we're actually using a piece of technology here, which is called the G85T, which is a Windows-based device. So that's the MTR for Windows environment, which we've actually installed here in our London environment here. In this particular case, we're actually utilizing a dual screen system, as you can see here. And we're using a piece of technology called Eagle-Eye Director 2, which we're actually going to show you a demonstration of that using something called Eagle-Eye Cascading Eagle-Eye 2 Cascading a little bit longer. But the kind of crucial things here is I can have a room set up here. In this particular room in London, we're actually using some microphones and speakers from one of our partners. But in case we wanted to, we can actually use other pieces of technology. We were talking around the sync earlier on. I've actually got a Sync 60 here. I could have two of these connected to this table here on the table, paired into the system. And it makes things so much easier if I wanted to collaborate and be in that call. How do I join the call? Well, we're using that simplicity of that Microsoft environment. This is the touch controller just sitting here. As you can see here, I've actually got my invitation here ready to go, and I just literally hit join and I can collaborate as ease. And that's the crucial thing here with the Poly solutions with that Microsoft environment. We can actually also join using proximity join. So those capabilities which I was talking about before, I could walk up with my smartphone, could find the device and join. Even to the point, even on this system and even on the X series, we can actually do something called Teams casting, which gives you the ability to share content directly from that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a walk down to another system and we're going to bring it in and showcase you something called Eagle-Eye Director 2 Cascading, which we can actually be using on this one. It's just simpler set up in another room. So Nikki, back to you while I transition, sir.
Great to see that that's Windows Teams rooms on Windows, and it provides you, when you're deploying this in your company, it provides you with just a unified interface on all your devices, whether it is your laptop client, and then you have to go to a huddle room or a smaller room scenario, and you will see that unified interface and the interface you've been known from your laptop. You see that almost replicated on your meeting room devices. And also when you walk into your bigger meeting rooms, like Patrick showed with the G85T, it is that exact same interface which you can use. And the reason why that's so important is for your adoption, the adoption rate of your users to use actually Microsoft Teams or any of the other platforms, right? Because, for example, Zoom has got that same user interface on all of their devices. And when you choose for a platform, you want to make sure it's being used as heavily and as most as possible, because you're investing in that platform and you're investing in the solutions around it. And to have them adopted by the end user is only done by simplicity. Of course, training is a requirement, but the simplicity of use helps that training to be successful, right? And that counts for all of the devices. If they're simple to use, but also intuitive to use, then you have got a successful return on investment in the end, right? So let's see where Patrick is now. So he's going to show that Eagle-Eye Director 2 actually in action. So Patrick, over to you again.
Thanks so much indeed, Nikki. So what I've done is I've transitioned to another room which we've got here in London. And one of the crucial things that's actually going on here, this is our seminar room where we can bring customers, partners in to actually be part of a training exercise and gives us collaborative experiences around here. So I have a camera here using that Eagle-Eye Director 2, which was above in the other room. It's focused in on me. You would have seen as it joined, it focused in on me. You can actually still see the room view, people in it. So we could have, say, 20 plus people in this room, and I could be the lecturer that's talking around here. What happens if I get a question from the back of the class? Well, that's easy. If I kind of turn around, what actually happens here with the cascading capabilities, I could be answering a question over there, but the audience at the far end are still part of that conversation, to the point that the camera's actually focused in on me.
What happens in that session if I wanted to do some whiteboarding? Well, here we go. I can come up here. I can be collaborating on here, whiteboarding, annotating, whatever it all is. The system's going to locate me and track into me. Even to the point, if I turn back to the main system here, in a moment, it's going to transition back to me. And that's the crucial here with the technology. It follows you and learns where you are in the room. So at any point, no matter where you are being seen. Even to the point, even if I move into the center of the room, the system's going to locate me and find me. So we're kind of showing you some of these technologies that work, and this can work in that Microsoft environment, and also other ecosystems too. We have those sort of capabilities. But we're just going to give you some information of some of the technologies we've got. In terms of our experience, we can help out and showcase some of these to you. And hopefully this is giving you a great insight to some of the Poly stuff. And I'm going to hand back to Nikki, who's going to wrap up and close for us.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. And I think it's really a good show and actually show the solutions, what we offer. And also want to invite every one of you to, when you have a customer, when you need to show the Poly products in real life, you can obviously contact the Westcon team, but also reach out to the Poly Experience Center team and make sure you book a demo for any of those bigger projects there. So I really hope you found the content which we shared really insightful. And as mentioned earlier, there will be a quiz taking place now, so stay tuned for that.
Thank you, Nikki and Patrick. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of having a strong and reliable network has become more and more evident. The speed and reliability of Wi-Fi connectivity is, in fact, the very foundation of a successful digital transformation for any organization. It has taken less than 2 decades for Wi-Fi connectivity to become an essential aspect of modern organizations, with customers and employees taking advantage of easy access to fast and reliable networks. As organizations accelerate their digital transformations, the pressure to invest in latest generation Wi-Fi network technology is growing, not only to meet today's expectations, but to ensure that Wi-Fi networks can also meet future requirements. To delve deeper into this subject, our next presenting vendor will be talking about creating lasting connections. Hi, Keznia, please reveal the name of our next presenting vendor.
Hello, my name is Mo Aslan, and I'm from CommScope, and it's a pleasure to join you for Westcon CommStar Imagine Middle East event. Today, I'm going to talk to you about CommScope and what we're doing for our customers by creating lasting connections. A quick view about CommScope. As you know, CommScope is a global organization. We employ about 25,000 talented individuals. Our annual revenue in 2020 exceeded 8.4 billion. We have over 15,000 patents, but what's probably more relevant is how much we put back into our R&D in an annual basis. So over $800 million is spent annually on our optimizing our technology, keeping it fresh and keeping it relevant to the industry that we serve. The map in front of you presents the manufacturing and distribution hubs across the globe. As you can see, CommScope is very diligent to ensure fast and quick delivery to our customers. And during this difficult time, it's very important to diversify our operations. And that's why, as you can see, we do not depend on one part of the world, but we actually globally network our operations to ensure that our manufacturing is optimized. If there is a problem in one part of the world, we stay on and we stay relevant and we stay connected and able to deliver to our customers. And that has been our strategy since the beginning and will continue to be. So talking to you a little bit about networking. As you know, CommScope, whether it's organically or through acquisitions, we have a very strong portfolio of technologies. Ruckus was acquired in 2019 to sit specifically in the enterprise business of CommScope. And as you can see, our CEO states that our purpose is creating lasting connections, ensuring that the end user, the customer, stays connected and on. So today's enterprise or today's network has been tested. If you look 5 years back to date, you'll find that the network itself is used in a very aggressive way. When we used to just use the internet for downloading emails and business use, today the internet or the connection or connectivity is far more complex. There are more applications that are being sit on the network itself, IoT, mobility, security, building access, lighting systems, fire alarms, you name it. A lot of applications are now using your network, using the network in a very congested and very populated way. So the important part of any network is to stay reliable and to stay connected at all times. So the stability of the network is our prime objective. If we are to look at the main objective of our technology, is to ensure that your network is always stable, is always reliable, and it's secure. The illustration in front of you shows you at one side the end user, and on the right side the IT operations itself, whether it is on the cloud or whether it is on premise, doesn't matter. What CommScope will provide you is the applications and the support at every level of this connectivity. So starting at the top, whether it is ensuring that the manufacturing is done at the top quality assurances, providing it through a proper approved partner network, and ensuring that you get all the services and all the support that you need, whether it's pre-sale or after-sale. That is at the top of the levels. The second thing is connecting you through all the different IoT applications that are out there, and partnering with these applications like Zigbee and LoRa or Bluetooth, whatever it is, whatever the requirement is, we maintain our technology's ability to connect and partner with these platforms. Then we talk about what it doesn't matter, any type of network, whether it is a mobile, LTE, 5G, or whether it's Wi-Fi, or whether it's the switching themselves. This is the layer where we optimize our offerings. Finally, the physical connectivity itself. So whether it's through fiber or copper or PoE, we provide all these applications, so it becomes an end-to-end offering from CommScope, all the systems working together and connect to ensure stability, reliability, and a secure network. I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking to you about where these applications are used. So whether it's in education or hospitality or the service provider or retail, our technology is there to ensure that the application is properly serving the uses of these industries. So let's start with the hospitality. Pretty much Ruckus is known for hospitality. For the past 10, 15 years, we've been serving the hospitality industry. The majority of the multinational hotels are using our Wi-Fi and networking, and they do it to ensure that the room and all the applications in the room are connected seamlessly. So the first and foremost important thing is to ensure that we make sure that we keep the room's style intact. So our access points can be put above the ceiling, or it could be hidden in the in the room itself, the furniture, and that does not alter the room style itself, and also does not alter the quality of the service that we're offering. We also have technologies that can connect multiple devices to. So if you can see, we are IoT enabled, so that the door locks are managed by the Wi-Fi, the camera itself is managed by the Wi-Fi, the lighting system, the whole applications are connected in one system. And this has been multiple examples of this, both locally and globally. We can really show you how this is changing the game when it comes to hospitality. The next important industry to discuss is the education industry, whether it is higher education or at K-12 or lower education. The use is the same. Today's student must stay connected, and they must stay connected to their devices, and they must stay connected to the universities, the applications as well, and ensuring that all of this is working seamlessly and in a secure way. Imagine that you're a student who's about to take a test online. That test must be secure, it must be stable, and it must stay online for the period of that test. Then that test must conclude at one point, and the teacher must receive these exams and be able to mark them and return them to the student. All of that must be secure and must be reliable. That's one example of how our technology is used. Take another example of campus security, where our physical security, whether it's door locks, or whether it's the CCTV, or whether it's the fire alarm, or whether it is location identification or asset management, all of these applications are connected together using our technology today. These are live examples of what we and what our technology can do for your campus. This is presented in local universities today, so we have these examples live, or we can also show you global examples as well of how these technologies really revolutionize the educational industry. And this can be taken to any other technology-hungry industries, like manufacturing. Today, the manufacturer has for example, a plantation. They also have the inventory, and they have the supply chain. All of this is now connected through our technology and through our partners to ensure that the operation is optimized and it stays, again, reliable, secure. Finally, when it comes to smart cities, the definition of smart cities differ from different uses, but in general, smart cities are to connect the public to the services that the city is offering. So whether it is temperature measurement, or ensuring that the humidity of a building is at the accurate level, where if it goes lower or higher, then there's a fire risk. These type of examples is how our customers are using our technologies to ensure that they optimize their operation or keep the public safe. Thank you. I hope you found the information relevant and informative. There will be a quiz that you will be taking starting right now. Thank you and good luck.
Thanks, Mo, for that very insightful session. Before we proceed to our next presentation, we would like to show a short video regarding Westcon Comstore's self-service portal called PartnerView, which makes it even easier for partners to do business with us. PartnerView has helped set new standards in the ease of transaction, customer insight, and deal analytics. Here's a short video.
Due to a surge in cyber attacks over the past year, many cybersecurity experts have described that we are facing a cyber pandemic, not only a biological pandemic. In fact, countries like the UAE show over a whopping 250% increase in cyber attacks. YOY in 2020. Some analysts suggest that cybercrime could cost the global economy 6.1 trillion annually if not addressed properly. Today, when cyber threats are limitless, your defences must be boundless. To shed more light on this subject, we would like to welcome our next presenting vendor, SonicWall.
Hi everyone, I'm Spencer Starkey from SonicWall, and it's a pleasure to be with you at WestCon Imagine Middle East event today. I'll be covering quite an update on SonicWall for all the partners. So here's an update on SonicWall. Topics we're going to cover today. Did you know? We're going to cover the local team and why partner with SonicWall. And also I'm going to touch on our product update as well. First of all, did you know? Really, we've got a lot of information about SonicWall. We've been around for 30 years. We serve about, well, greater than 500,000 customers across 215 territories. And we've shipped over 3 million firewalls. We hold over 300 patents. And we've got over 17,000 channel partners. And these are across technologies for firewall, secure mobile access, and email solutions, and also endpoints. We also have the most extensive SonicWall Capture Labs threat network, where we've got over 1.1 million sensors across all the countries, which are active 24/7, 365. Our threat response is less than 24 hours. And this is, we've blocked malware attacks daily up to 28 million. But just to see where we've actually come from, back in 1991, SonicWall Systems was established. We launched our first firewall in 98. And then we went through a development and acquisition stage until we were acquired in 2012 by Dell. We came out of Dell in 2016. 2017, we started the development of our new products, our new OS, in which now we've got 60 new products with 200 million lines of code. And in 2020, we started talking about boundless security. And I really want to recap what boundless security means. SonicWall boundless security is based on 3 core principles. Know the unknown, which is detect evasive and cutting edge threats with some of our innovative technology. Unified observation and control. No more management in silos. Gain unified visibility and control that integrates the technology, the services and the solutions for end-to-end security. And disruptive economics. SonicWall has architected how we can leverage truly disruptive and scalable economics to make it cost-effective to protect your business. Next is unified visibility and control. SonicWall's unified boundless security platform handles the most invasive cutting-edge threats wherever you are. Verifying the unknown user. We've got seamless coverage of all attack surfaces through network, cloud, email, remote, endpoints, applications. And also rooted universally is the intelligence which from our threat network, which is continuously covering those 215 countries and territories that we work in, and those greater than 500,000 customers that we deal with. And how we capture and identify the threats in real time and then share that information with our customers. Real-time deep memory inspection, RTDMI we call it, leverages AI and machine learning to catch what the other security companies don't. And this is patented technology, which I'll talk more on later. Disruptive economics. Really important for the customers. With SonicWall, you can see everything everywhere and act fast on what events matter. This includes eliminating the blind spots in your network for protection. Our Capture Security Center eliminates the siloed visibility of the single pane of glass. And this is all actionable in real time. You know, we share with you personalized risk meters which minimize the exposure and prioritize actions according to the risk profile. Scale your total cost of ownership. You know, TCO, it is so important when you're protecting against you know, the cyber attacks. And you know, as we all know, currently, you know, there is a very big challenge with the cyber skill shortage. You know, and we call that the cyber skills gap. And you know, the reduce for human intervention when protecting your network is absolutely key. So the technologies have to work together. You know, if they're across your endpoints, your network, your cloud, IoT devices. Yeah, but also most of all in TCO, budget-friendly business continuity, you know, is what we deliver. And this enables you to achieve high availability without paying for what you rarely use. So how does this come together? Your organization has many attack vectors to cover, and the type of attacks grow day by day. Everything from phishing, never seen before malware variants, ransomware, IoT attacks, side channel attacks, and more. And they're trying to target your organization using a growing footprint of applications, devices, networks, and infrastructure. And even more so than any time, you know, now, anytime, anywhere business, you know, we are in that era now after the global pandemic. And this, you know, this is more important that we, you know, in how we protect, because everybody is remote, everybody is mobile, therefore everybody is less secure. And this is a dramatic shift from the on-premise employees that we knew previously. The boundless cybersecurity model is for consulting firms. You know, we've seen consulting firms start to switch to this, governments, and also higher education. You know, first of the top 4 accounting firms uses SonicWall to secure their mobile access. You know, they had 200,000 employees globally, and now nearly 100% of them workforce is remote or using SonicWall. Yeah, governments have, you know, truly has mission critical security, you know, where troops, personnel, and civilians rely on protection. There are specific use cases that SonicWall for everything from secure mobile access that has been used within government organizations. And one of our largest higher education customers in Europe has 62,000 students that are now covered by SonicWall. And let's just have a look in the meta region. You know, these are customers within the meta region that are all our customer case studies that have moved over to the boundless security model with SonicWall. Yeah. How have they done this? You know, well, this is that shift in the different model. They've just moved away from the constrained security models of the past. You know, the legacy approaches were built around office-centric workforces. And now we're all mobile. You know, it's introduced blind spots and seams. This leads to detection latency, and detection latency is a cost that gets you can pay dearly for when, you know, it can take between 13 to 23 months, you know, to detect some of the attacks that are done out there currently. It's expensive. So moving across to boundless security, it's designed for the era of mobile and remote workforce. It's always on, it's always listening, and it's always catching. And if you don't know the unknown, you're going to get breached. You'll need to be able to have real-time detection and prevent. Most important, once you have it, you'll be able to scale it. But should you expand on what serves the foundation for the boundless security? There are the 4 elements: know the unknown, seamless coverage, unified view, and the new economics, the cost. Underpinning those 4 requirements, we've got the intelligent automation, anywhere, that goes anywhere and with every user, across devices and data, and continuously adaptive, enabling security posture that dynamically molds to changing the business needs. So how have we made this a reality? First, we have rewritten the Sonic OS to ensure that we have multi-layer protection. An example, one OS runs across all our hardware appliances. The same OS runs across private cloud, VMware, Hyper-V, and the same Sonic OS runs across public cloud with KVM, Azure, and AWS. We wrote Sonic OS this way so you could have it your way, whether it's hybrid, public, private, or on-prem. We're the only company that has built it into the manner of security efficacy for TCO. Just give you a walkthrough. In 2020, we recorded 5.6 billion malware attacks, as you can see in this slide, across a full range of attack vectors. While malware was down 43% in 2020, SonicWall is exercising caution when using 2020 global malware data. During the pandemic, fewer employees were accessing corporate networks through traditional means, thereby relying solely on whatever security is included from their ISP. This reduced visibility on the corporate networks worldwide, and by extension, reduced visibility for cybersecurity vendors, including SonicWall. We scan incoming traffic, PDFs, Office docs, and we look for the artifacts in those files for malicious activity. We utilize machine learning and all the data we've gathered over the last 30 years with deep learning algorithms and block files until a verdict is rendered. We utilize, we have 99% effectiveness at the first layer. If it isn't found, we run through our multi-core engine, the Capture ATP sandbox. It is to pass through 4 engines with a green check before it's passed on. RTDMI is catching more than 733 files per day that others are likely missing because of malware is so evasive. During the testing cycle, ICSA Labs, which is an independent labs, tested our NSA 3600 appliance with the Sonic OS and the Capture ATP. And we came out at 100% detection of previously unknown threats, which was absolutely really impressive. Also, what does that mean? It's logical that if a fast and new attack can be identified, analyzed, and blocked, the less likely it is to cause damage to a business or organization. With SonicWall Capture Labs, that threat researchers and engineers have worked to increase the speed and accuracy in identifying the attackers leveraging never seen before malware variants. Based on data from VirusTotal, which is the market leading repository, SonicWall is identifying never seen before variants a full 1.9 days before VirusTotal receives the samples. In some cases, SonicWall is discovering new threats months before samples are submitted to VirusTotal. SonicWall immediately deploys signatures for these samples to protect active customers. So all our customers across our firewalls, our endpoints, our email is all getting protected with those updates. RTDMI absolutely is at the root of it. In February 2021, we were granted the patent for RTDMI. And this enables us to see and be effective on these zero-day attacks. is absolutely unique and special to the SonicWall boundless security. And also from the disruptive economics piece, third-party validation. You're familiar with Nexus Open, which was founded in 2017, a non-profit membership-based industry group focused on network security. Consists of, which consists of products and tool vendors, testing labs, service providers. They tested our product back in February in 2020 against some other competitive products, and we came out on top. So, but it's also a bit more than just the technology. You need to have the right partner, the right support to make it a reality. SonicWall offers a range of service levels that can even exceed the needs of today's enterprise and government agencies. For more hands-on organizations, SonicWall will optimize online tools to enable self-service capabilities. So let's meet the team for Meta. The sales team is run by Mohammed, and we have Ashley down in South Africa. We have Shweta that deals with our marketing, and we've got our channel team, and also we've got our associate team in Westcon as well that help us reach into the different markets in the Middle East. But please be familiar with these individuals on here, because these are the individuals that will be helping you grow your business with SonicWall. I want to really go on to why partner with SonicWall and what's in it for you. At SonicWall, we're keen to grow our partner base in the region. There are currently, in our tier system of our Secure First program, only 18 in our top level in the region across multiple countries in the Meta region. So this means there's an opportunity for you to partner with SonicWall and to climb to the top of our Secure First program. Secure partner benefits. We have a discounting framework that allows and supports increased profitability via incremental discounts and rewards, from front-end program based discounts, value-added discounts for deal registration and specializations, and then also there's a back-end rebate as well for our partners in Secure First. We also do funding for development through marketing funds, and also we look at running spiffs and promotions within the sales teams in our partner bases. Just to give you an idea of the discounts and margins available, you can actually benefit up to 47% front-end discount with SonicWall products if you're a gold and platinum partner. And that's without taking into account the back-end rebate. So we are very profitable business when you're working with SonicWall. And just to give you an idea, the levels that we require for tiers are not huge. Just to register with us, we don't have any annual commitment. You don't get any back-end rebate, but you can have access to our partner portal. You have access to deal registration. You have access to all our marketing tools, allowing you to grow our business. And then as you grow through our Secure First program and your business grows, you will see that your back-end rebate increases up till the platinum status. And here's just a very brief overview of the requirements. What we did earlier this year was we listened to our channel, and we reduced the we now take industry competitive certifications in security as a certification for you to step into the silver tier. So that is something to bear absolutely in mind. If you're a security partner and you've already got certifications with other vendors, it's very worth talking to us, because we may consider them for the first 12 months as a certification for you to step into our silver program. Sorry, I've just come back. What I want to talk about is the specialization discount. This is a further discount of 5% for some of the product areas outside of our core business, which is firewall. So when we, if and when you sell wireless, capture, client, CAS, SMA, or virtual firewalls, and you've taken our online training courses done in SonicWall University, you'll gain another 5% discount in the Secure First program. And this means that, and actually, the training is not a huge amount of time. These are all available. Once you're a registered partner, these are all available in Secure First. So you'll be able to get your extra 5% discount should you be a silver, gold, or platinum partner. So for the Secure First program, please register please go to sonicwall.com/partners to be able to register for our program. You'll also see the top 10 reasons why: profitability, products, training, absolutely key. I want to run with you a very quick product update. 2021 has been quite exciting for us here at SonicWall, because we launched our range of Generation 7 products, and that has accelerated us past a lot of our competition. And as you can see here, from cloud to SaaS, network transformation, machine learning for threat intel, automation in the SOC, NSM to manage multiple firewalls, capture client for endpoint, remote, cloud edge. We're absolutely got all these areas covered. And remember, boundless security is absolutely key. That is what we strive for at SonicWall, and the products allow us to achieve this. But Gen 7 has been instrumental in bringing us forward against the market and requirements. And this is a timeline of what we've launched since Q2 of last year, when we came into the switches. Switches enabled us to start doing the edge and being able to manage the switch at the firewall level, which amazing for distributed networks. We introduced the high-end firewall, the NSSP 15700, with multiple instances. We've had great success in that area. That has then started to push us into the larger networks as well, which has been absolutely awesome. Really good success in EMEA, driving the 15700s. Back into Q3, we brought out the TZ670s and 570s. New throughputs, absolutely. It was our partners and our customers were seeing huge increases. Our CSA being on-prem, which again, quite a big uptake, because a lot of closed networks wanted our capture labs technology at the local level. And then more recently in Q4, our Q4, we came out with the rest of the range in the TZ range and the NSA. And then coming up to where we are in Q2 this year, more excitingly, we've got some other launches that are coming in the next few weeks, which I can't share with you at the moment. But if you want to, I've got a note at the end, which you're more than welcome to join us for the launch of. Here's an example of what this technology meant to us in the Gen 7. This is the NSA 2700, which we launched in our Q1. An independent report from Tolly compared us to a leading competitor in the market. And this was on total cost of ownership and where we absolutely came in on. And it was second to none. We've been having great results against this in the market. So, you know, you want to join us on July the 7th and give us 90 minutes. Now, everybody's welcome. All partners are welcome. If you're a current partner with Sonic Wall, if you have never been involved with Sonic Wall, come and join us for 90 minutes. And we will tell you what we're launching, give you some future roadmap views. But yeah, and it would be great to see you. So thank you. I hope you found this content I shared insightful. And as mentioned earlier, there will be a quiz taking place now. Stay tuned for the same.
Save the date, July the 7th, put it in your calendars. So what's up and coming? We've got a ton of products to share with you, consolidated message around the products we've released from Capture Client 3.6, Analytics, NSM 2.3, new solutions around NSA 4700, 6700, and what's going on with our NSSP 13700, a new release up and coming in July. So you want to hear more about that, tie into July the 7th. We've also got some information to share regionally for you across when we're looking at promotions, why we're winning, the Tolly report, ICSA Labs, how your partners are using this to win more deals. So look out for that. You should get an invite from your sales or SE counterpart inviting you to July the 7th, 11 a.m. CET time. Lock the date in and I'll see you there. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for that very insightful session. With that, we have come to a formal close of our vendor presentations. However, we still have an insightful closing remarks section in store for you, as well as announcements regarding the winners of quiz competitions, games, and the treasure hunt activity. Throughout the event, one fact that was very evident is that integrating a high-stakes digital transformation has become a do-or-die issue for most companies. They don't have the choice anymore. Digital transformation is the passport for survival. Digital transformation is in fact not new. It is a long-lasting process that has started decades ago, and that is consistently and regularly moved up and down in the corporate's priority stack. In their quest to be able to adapt to fast-changing business and market requirements, it is now clear that digital transformation has more than ever become a top priority for all size businesses.
Throughout our sessions yesterday and today, it was highlighted that digital transformation is the only way for organizations to truly future-proof their future. Developing a business continuity or business resiliency plan has almost no meaning without understanding how it fits into the overall macro view of the organization's digital transformation journey. Another fact that was highlighted throughout most of the sessions is that digital transformation is a journey, not a destination. In order to propel further towards their goal of becoming a more digital business, organizations will have to take several leaps, ranging from small to large, from cloud technology to mobile access to analytics. Global corporate spending on digital transformation is expected to exceed $2 trillion by 2023. So whether organizations seek to enhance operational excellence, build new products, or cultivate a new culture, or to connect more efficiently with their customers, they will have to continue to invest. And here lies the opportunity for all of us as strong partners in the IT channel.
Over the past 2 days, we have highlighted our focus as Westcon Comstore on being a digital-first, data-driven organization. And we were able to give you a peek into our digital platforms and our digital capabilities that have been developed with your success in mind. Our vendors showcased how they are constantly innovating to support the evolving needs of the customers. We hope that over the 2 days, we have helped you explore endless opportunities to further grow your business by focusing on these futuristic technologies and solutions. To give a final closing note and highlight some key takeaways, I would now like to welcome Steve Lockie, our Group Managing Director at Westcon Comstore Middle East. Hi, Steve, over to you.
Thank you. Wow. I don't quite know what to say. What a great 2 days. We hope to get more attendees than we had on the last session, and I think we were pre-counting, but I think we had that. I think the feedback we've had during the sessions as well, and the quality of the presenters have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much for all those involved. And I think, when we have all these events, it's always interesting. You think, where's the value going to come from? And it's been interesting to see the different dynamics of people attending different sessions. I think, the vendors themselves have just illuminated so many opportunities out there. And this digital transformation journey that we're all on, we talked about COVID really pushing us. But we're on that trail now, and we're not going to go back to the old way of working. It's quite clear. We need to accommodate our staff in different ways. Our customers experience things in different ways. The fact that we're doing this in a completely different way to the way we were done it a couple of years ago signifies that change. But it's a transition, and it will take time. And I think it's also going to be something that isn't one or the other. So I am looking forward to getting back out into the field and seeing you face to face as we go through. Hopefully, you've not just got one takeaway from the session. There should be multiple ones. I think there's just so many opportunities out there that we have to take multiple actions. If we can help in any way, I mentioned at the start of the session, our people are dedicated to make you successful, provide you with the tools, provide you with the information. We've whetted your appetite over the last couple of days. Whatever else you need, please reach out to the team, reach out to me. We'll give you everything we possibly can. Feedback as well, please. So, this event takes quite a lot of planning. We enjoy it immensely, but it can only get better, and it gets better with the feedback you give us, and we incorporate that into the next event. So if something's really worked for you on this session, please give us that feedback. If things haven't worked for you, equally, that's also important. If you didn't get enough tea breaks or lunch was late, let us know. Guys, thank you once again. It's a huge investment in everybody's time around this event, but no more so than your time, which otherwise would be engaged in selling and supporting our mutual end users out in the market. So I really want to thank you very much for taking that time. Hopefully it's been a great investment for you, and I look forward to seeing you on the next Imagine, just 6 months out. Thank you again. Stay well.
Growth. This drives what we do day in, day out. Our value to partners centers on our deep-rooted vendor relationships. This means we can help partners capture business opportunities with established and emerging technology providers. Importantly, we are equally close to partners, global and local. With custom-made business support, based on our exclusive Edge model, we're a seamless extension to partner operations. We share the same focus on delivering what the end customer needs. We take responsibility when the going gets tough, and we're in it for the long term. Should things get complex, we can deploy our extensive service capabilities. If a customer RFP stretches resources, we can help to flex and scale with access to our wide range of technical experts. We understand what it is to be truly end-to-end. We also pave the way for our partners' future growth. The technology marketplace is changing, and we can help partners meet their customers' digital transformation needs. Our know-how includes consumption and subscription-based models, as well as integrated supply chain. We aim to simplify the channel and to make doing business easy. So, partners present and future, at Westcon Comstore, we're right by your side.
We understand that partners need more than just solutions to succeed. They need to adapt to changes in the market. They must stay agile and on top of new trends, technologies and products. Only with the right support, insight and innovation can they expect to grow and thrive. Introducing Edge, our unique, tailored approach to every opportunity and our commitment to every partner. More than just a word, Edge is how we translate our difference into real value. Value our competitors can't match. Edge provides the framework to ensure partners engage and onboard with our vendor portfolio and core services. We develop their business with pre-sales consultancy and support, including certification, training and mentoring. We help them grow with financial and capital support, alongside marketing and access to new vendors and technologies. Plus, we extend their reach by unlocking more profitable international opportunities and expanding into new markets. We work with each partner to understand their individual needs and tailor these materials and tools so they're a perfect fit wherever they are in the market or sales cycle. Find out how we can accelerate your business and get a competitive edge. Talk to the Westcon Comstore team today.
Values matter. Our values define what we do and how we do it. Here at Westcon Comstore, our values are part of our DNA, which is what makes us a world-class team. Our values should shape our future, because the values embraced by us determine how we relate to each other, our partners, and our customers. There are 5 values that will take us to the next level. First comes innovation. At Westcon Comstore, innovation means we encourage change and creativity to bring about the best outcomes. There's no blueprint for the way forward in our industry. We have to lead by innovating. We are problem solvers, and we don't shy away from a challenge. We are forward-thinking, agile, and we support new ideas in a progressive environment. Our second value is excellence. Excellence means that we exceed expectations, and we strive to be the best that we can be. So what behaviors drive excellence? We are passionate, and we inspire to be the industry benchmark. Performance-driven, focused, accountable, and purposeful in our actions. We recognize talent and strong performance. Our third value is integrity. This is what we believe integrity means to all of us. We champion an environment of honesty, fairness, and high moral standards. And how do we keep that alive? By doing the right thing by our people, our customers, and our vendors. We treat all people with dignity and respect, and we honor our promises. Our fourth value is partnership. Let's explain what we mean by that. We build strong relationships with each other to achieve long-term success. How do we embody that in our day-to-day actions? We work together to better serve our partners and our customers. We are all one team. Our people work to inspire, motivate, and coach each other. Our final value is empowerment. We love inactivate and provide opportunity for our people. This is how we make sure that empowerment is not just a buzzword. Our people are appreciated, and we ensure they have the tools to succeed. We motivate, inspire, and train our people to be the best that they can be. Most of all, we trust you to make the right decisions. We have thousands of colleagues working around the globe, but all of us are connected through one set of shared values. And that is very powerful.